Pedagogy. Viksit Bharat, meaning Developed India, is a comprehensive initiative launched by the Government of India with the aim of catalyzing holistic development across various sectors, including urban development. India's aspirations for 2047 underscore the commitment to enhancing urban planning and designing capabilities of its cities and region in a sustainable manner. These efforts align with the UN Sustainable Development Goals amidst the urban growth and climate change threats. While IIT Roorkee, the oldest engineering institute in India, has been involved in policy framing and planning advisory for the central government and the state government. Into the innovation and interface of policy practice and policy pedagogy in bringing impactful changes in creating vibrant urban systems for India. I extend our heartfelt welcome to our esteemed panel of experts and dignitaries. Everybody, please give a round of applause. Before we start our session, I request everyone to please stand for the Kulgeet.
जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान हिमगिरिशृंगो से अभिनंदित गंगा जल करते कल्याण जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान शिक्षा आदर्शों में उन्नत जीवन शिल्पी भूरचनारत शिक्षा आदर्शों में उन्नत जीवन शिल्पी भूरचनारत श्रमं विना न किमपि साध्यं रत यंत्रकला कौशल अभियान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान जन जीवन प्रासाद उठाकर सेतु बांध भूखंड जुड़ाकर जन जीवन प्रासाद उठाकर सेतु बांध भूखंड जुड़ाकर अंतरिक्ष में यान उड़ाकर नवयुग को देता आह्वान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान सर्जन हित जीवन नित अर्पित धरा स्वर्ग शोभा कर निर्मित सर्जन हित जीवन नित अर्पित धरा स्वर्ग शोभा कर निर्मित वैज्ञानिक युग पट में मूर्तित भूपर लाता स्वर्ण विहान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान नई प्रेरणा से दीपित मन नव स्वप्नों से हर्षित लोचन नई प्रेरणा से दीपित मन नव स्वप्नों से हर्षित लोचन नए सत्य की पुर में धड़कन ध्येय राष्ट्र जीवन कल्याण जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान हिमगिरिशृंगो से अभिनंदित गंगा जल करते कल्याण जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान जयति जयति वेद्या संस्थान जयति जयति विद्या संस्थान
Please be seated. Thank you, everyone. I now request Professor Uttam Kumar Roy, sir, Associate Professor, Department of Architecture and Planning, and Head of Center for Transportation, Professor Amit Kumar Hajela, sir, who is a former director at MIT School of Planning and Architecture, Professor V. Devdas, sir, Professor at Department of Architecture and Planning, Professor Gaurav Raheja, sir, Head of Department of Architecture and Planning. Please join us on the dais. I also request Professor Gaurav Raheja, sir, to please start the session with the welcome address.
Morning, August gathering. A very good morning to the August gathering. My sincere thanks and gratitude to the government of Kerala, the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, Dr. Ajit and his team, who's I believe present with us online, whose initiative led us to this small collaboration led by Professor Uttam Roy here. My sincere thanks and a very warm welcome to our distinguished speakers and eminent guests, Professor P.S.N. Rao, Professor Hajela, Professor Lohia, and several other experts who are invited today to speak along with our own faculty colleagues, Professor Devdas, and the most critical of them, the you of the youth who's on the other side of this dais today. Friends, as I welcome you to this Kerala Urban Dialogues, I would say the word Kerala comes from the God's own country, but I also believe it's for the God's own people that we are having these dialogues in this whole context of what is the urban intervention that we are looking at from the 3 Ps as already shared by the speech earlier. The 3 Ps talking about policy, the practice, and pedagogy. So on a very simple note, I believe there are experts here who will share with us a lot of data, a lot of insights, and a lot of perspectives on this pedagogy. But I thought, let me add the 2 more Ps to this. And the first P of beyond these 3 Ps is what is the whole philosophy about the word urban. From that perspective, I believe that the word urban, let me just, I believe the very word urban is nothing but a dialogue between a human aspiration and the infrastructure that we actually have. Is there some computer setting or somebody opens their mic? So can we mute them all? Is that an option? So maybe we can request the audience to kindly mute themselves. So all I'm saying is, if you think deeply, even the word urban in this civilization is nothing but actually a dialogue between of human life and the kind of infrastructure that we aspire to live with. But the question is, have we succeeded in this dialogue? Have we succeeded to bring a balance between what an urban desire is of infrastructure and what eventually is a consequence for an urban life? And I believe this constant dialogue, which is a daily affair for most of us in the cities that we live, leads us to many new questions. The question is, what is the way forward? And even before we look at a way forward, the question is, are we fine with the kind of urban development that we have? Are we fine with the urban situations that we are in? Because I believe from a finite set of resources, which is land, water, and many other basic amenities of daily life, it is actually carrying the load of infinite aspirations. We all aspire for having an urban future where not only our generation, we believe the next generations also must have their own share. But we believe also on the other side that this set of aspiration has no end. That brings us to the whole urban philosophy of what is sustainable in the word urban and how can we actually achieve it. What are the good practices to achieve that? And I believe, as rightly said, it cannot be achieved merely by policy, merely by pedagogy, or merely by practice. I think here I add the another P, and that is the P of participation. Because I believe that when we are looking at problems from many lenses, including the lens I believe Professor Devdas commands as the lens of systems, urban systems, and system dynamics, I think a very critical role in any system is the role of stakeholders. And I believe very recently we heard a talk by Dr. Anil Gupta, the well-known innovator and the experimenter from India, who leads the National Innovation Foundation. And he shared a very beautiful ratio, I believe, for the youth to look back. As we are talking about a Viksit Bharat, which means a future developed nation, India, the question was, you cannot be a developed nation without commanding the K of knowledge. So I thank Kerala government that the word K of the urban dialogues also is not just Kerala urban dialogues. I would say it's kindling the urban dialogues, eventually leading to some path of knowledge with the urban systems. So having said this, what he said was that for us to assess our state of development, we should actually check our download ratio to upload ratio. Whatever knowledge we are actually experiencing in this world, how much of that knowledge is being downloaded per day by us, and how many of us are actually uploading new forms of knowledge. So if you really think that we are in a commanding situation of development and share that urban knowledge, I believe we must have case studies, we must have practices, we must have policies, and we must have those pedagogies which can be uploaded for the world to learn from us. Because we are constantly in a pursuit of learning from everyone else. But how will we become leaders in that space unless we practice the path that we preach? And that cannot happen unless we participate, unless the sea of competition is transformed with the sea of collaboration. I believe the success of urban dialogues is going to be limited. And we have also seen the past values that the Indian subcontinent practiced, where the concept of sharing was always a path for sustainability. Unfortunately, with a more independent society, we have also crossed certain paths where now we are actually in a new trouble. So, how do we share those finite resources for an infinite aspiration? I believe those pathways also have to be charted through some learnings, I believe, in this half-day workshop. And I hope that the deliberations today actually bring us to the another I, if I can say, because we are talking about innovations here. I want to say is that the whole interdisciplinarity perspective of the new education policy, which brings multiple disciplines, multiple viewpoints together, I think it brings us to the single I that I say is it's not the I of individual, it's the I of intersections. So the whole urban dialogues is at an intersection of multidisciplinary knowledge, and none of us can command all of it in one go. So I believe, therefore, there is no other way but to participate, share, engage, and take this whole sense of dialogue, not just to end it today, but rather I would say I should thank once again Kerala Urban Dialogues, Dr. Uttam, Dr. Ajit, and their teams for putting this together. I would say it's the opening of a parenthesis, which means it's an opening of a conversation. And I only wish towards the end of this workshop that may this dialogue continue and we do not put the other parenthesis. That's the only sign of continuity. And keep remembering how much is our download to our upload ratio. Unless we switch that perspective in the future, we cannot dream of the future as developed unless we really command the upload ratios on our side. So I hope this session, these deliberations, and these learnings provide us some impetus for putting something into the upload version also, even if it could be a one piece of policy paper. And the last word which I want to say is we are constantly at the brim of, on one side, technological era and technological revolution. I was just sharing with Dr. Hajela how many times in a day we realize that what if we did not have this digital technology today? Because that era was not far from us when we lived that era. And now that we have lived and we have some experience of at least 2 decades of digitization, how do we see the future now in the next 2 decades? And then hopefully one would realize what is the impact of digitization to the extent urban health, urban life, urban ease of doing business, urban livelihood, urban skills, urban mobility, and you will see so many other cross sectors where the impacts are now inevitable. But the question is this the way forward? Or is there a way to strike balance? We will have to deliberate upon it. And I believe that we all come together, participate, and we learn from both sides such that this becomes a flat hierarchical model where information flows can happen with experience, but positional flows are all at the same point because we are all coexisting at the same time. So I think the last C that I was wanting to say was let's respond to the context sensitively because there is no one urban system that can be copied to the other. And it's kind of an open book exam. What works in Trivandrum does not work in Chennai. What works in Chennai fails in Bangalore. What works in Bangalore doesn't work in Gurugram. And what works in Singapore does not work in Kolkata. So I think this is where the whole contextualization of this knowledge is also very critical. And this is where shared experiences in this room would be of great value. I believe that with all these words, I wish this whole workshop, deliberation, dialogue great success. And I thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gaurav Raheja, sir. I now request Professor Ajit Kaliat, sir, Urban Chair Professor at Kerala Institute of Local Administration, to please give us a brief background on the urban policy initiative by Government of Kerala and the context of Urban Kerala Dialogues.
Thank you. Good morning to all. First of all, let me extend our gratitude to the Department of Architecture and Planning, IT Roorkee, Professor Gaurav Raheja, Professor Uttam Roy, and the team who have agreed to host this dialogue. This is a continued dialogue we started in May 2023 as part of preparing the state urban policy towards which the Government of Kerala has recently established an state urban policy commission. And commission's work is currently underway. They are expected to provide the new policy for Government of Kerala by end of 2024. Grateful for the presence of Sri N.K. Patel, sir, as well as Professor P.S.N. Rao and other colleagues who are here. Sri Sanjeev Lohia, sir, whose work has been exemplary in areas related to planning and mobility. So grateful to be part of this August group of thought leaders as well as practitioners and policymakers. I just want to bring few points before I could hand it over to Professor Uttam for furthering this discussion. Our key concern when we are looking at the planning profession is certainly the compartmentalized approach that planning currently is experiencing. We need to have greater conversations among policymakers, practitioners, as well as the academic community. So that's how I think Professor Uttam decided to focus on this possibility of greater exchanges among these three different areas, which are influenced by planning and which can also contribute from the spatial understanding and learning from various spatial interconnectedness. Representing Gila, I have an important responsibility to speak in this forum because the Kerala Institute of Local Administration was established 33 years back to strengthen the local democracy. And that's something which I believe, after being at Gila for about 3 years, is an important task which planners also have to contribute to. Planning institutions, planning schools, and practitioners have to engage with the local democratic institutions if they want to really deepen the profession's impact and also make some change in the society's future prospects. To me, interdisciplinarity is very important, particularly when we look at institutions such as IIT Roorkee. It's not just about the traditional disciplines of architecture, planning, design, but also there are other built environment professions and disciplines which are affecting the built environment. There's a lot of big data around us, hyperlocal data, and computer science department will certainly be studying and looking at the different patterns coming out of that. It's important that architecture and planning and design schools engage with these disciplines. It's important that discussions happening with other relevant departments such as water resources, earthquake engineering, and many other disciplines which are part of a multidisciplinary university system. And unless and until we open up these discourses with other disciplines, as well as with policymakers, practitioners, and also possibly technocrats, I think the intellectual space of planning is going to remain shrunken. And that's the biggest fear from which we need to kind of bounce back. So we will have to co-opt technology because technologies, and with the advent of the whole smart city mission, there's a lot of input for planning community in the country to engage and co-opt technology in its thinking as well as in its pedagogical process. And policy systems have already moved around to co-opt these things. And it's important and it's an imperative for planners as well and planning schools to look at this. I would also argue that a greater connect at 3 levels is important for planning to reposition itself and also make it more impactful. One, very strong and regular engagement policy institutions, because policy decides and gives the overall direction for anything to operate. So engaging with policy institutions and policy processes, not just about urban, but industry policy, design policy, housing policy. This is an important thing for planning schools and planning pedagogists and practitioners, in my understanding. Also, planning need to, as I said earlier, need to be much more interdisciplinary and need to kind of strengthen its tools and resources to be able to be more effective. And I think it's also, though I do not have a background in design, my background in social science have made me realize that it's important that to make planning more relevant and acceptable to people in their daily lives, it's important that it also need to engage very closely with the design, urban design, the scale, the day-to-day life of human beings and the societies are happening at community level. Unless and until there is an engagement between policy, planning, and design happening, I think we will not have too many things to really to innovate. And finally, planning's realm is basically anticipation. If you ask any planner what he or she is expected to harness the future, to find out what's happening in future and prepare systems, prepare the governance systems to be ready to kind of support that process through spatial understanding. And there's a whole world of anticipatory innovation happening in public systems across Europe particularly and in other advanced economies. I think our systems and also the societies need to be ready to kind of understand what is the process of bringing anticipatory innovation. We need to move from reactive. We have started moving out from reactive process to much more realistic and proactive processes now. I think let's also try to see whether we can also institutionalize the process of anticipatory innovation. I think there's a lot to debate and discuss, and I'm sure with such kind of a eminent panel and people who have been influencing systems and large number of people in the profession, I'm sure there will be a lot of learning coming in. And I can also see Srinivasi here, who has been coordinating a lot of these initiatives with Government of India. So with him moderating, I do hope we will have a great dialogue, and we look forward to learn from this process, and will also hope that this learning can also be communicated to the Urban Policy Commission, and we can open up greater debates when the commission comes back for a physical meeting again in June, July time. So with this, I express my gratitude once again to IIT Roorkee and all those people who have agreed to join and help us to become richer in our understanding. Thank you. Wish you a successful dialogue today.
Very good morning, everybody. Esteemed dignitaries, panelists, dear students, research scholars, all the participants who are joining online, and all the representatives representing the state governments and other organizations. Professor Gaurav Raheja and Professor Ajit Kaliyat already have given very nice background of this program. I will be very brief. If you see the title of our today's deliberation, two words are very distinct, which is little comparatively unknown to all of us, as I understand that most of the participants are from architecture and planning background. So one word is innovation, the second word is policy. Now, briefly, I will try to say that why these two words are important in current context and why this dialogue has been designed. Number one, if you see the urbanization pattern of India, you will understand that it's one of the largest urban systems in the world. It is largely unplanned, largely unknown also at some point. We started with the planning of Delhi, focusing Delhi, then the metro cities, then the few other cities. Post 2004, we have started planning for the smaller cities. And now we understand that beyond this, the cities, there are non-municipal urban areas which are hidden in a panchayat system. There is no actual database that what is going to be there in next 5, 10 or 20 years. So it brings the challenge of our urban system as more complex, diverse, and unpredictable. And it is challenging not only for the country, at the personal level, it is more challenging for you who are sitting in this hall as a student, a research scholar. But who will take care of this challenging urbanization? The institutional capacity to deliver quality planners and engineers and architects are very limited. I was reading the status report. The government targets 3 lakh urban planners to take care of this urbanization for next 20 or 30 years. We have only few thousands, okay? Architectural institutes are there in adequate quantity, a little better than planning, but the quality is the concern, okay? So the question is that the quantity of the supply and demand. The next question comes that earlier we thought that planning and design is a intellectual job. We do the plan and design and city will follow that. It does not work, okay? You know that master plan approach has been criticized many times from various forum. Why? Because we overlook the word called execution or implementation. In today's context, a planner, an architect without the solid knowledge of implementation science will not survive in the world, because this is the need for the day. Little bit looking into the historical background, you know that we have a glorious background of Indian town planning and design for years, for centuries. Okay. However, due to various historic episodes of different practices, we have a very mixed vocabulary of design and planning in our country, ending with the British colonial rule. But after that, we tried to pick up with our practices. But the crude reality is that we are still searching for the India-specific theories, contextual knowledges which we used to practice in earlier towns. Our towns were known for use of climate sensitive design and planning, the use of water and many more things. But the most of the academics and the research what we are doing on mostly focusing on Western theories. So I agree with what Professor Gaurav and Professor Ajit talked about, the contextual and the specific, academics and research. So this is going to be a important need for the recent and the distant future. And one word came that one size does not fit all. Whatever practicing is, Kerala may not work in Uttarakhand. Whatever is practicing in coastal region may not be applicable in the other region. That means whatever norms and standards are there, the planners and architects need to improvise and innovate themselves to venture into new areas to bring the solution on the field. In today's world, you go to any organization, including government organization, you talk about the research, they don't accept the word research because our research is grossly disconnected with the practice. So this is a very important part. All of you, the young planners and designers sitting here, you must take a note. In the practice and research field, another point need to be mentioned, that because of this disconnect between the ongoing researches and the practices which is going on, there is a growing apathy towards the research. Okay. On the other hand, we have found in our experience that if we engage ourselves in more action research, that means the research done for a practical problem of the country, of the context, okay, that is much more acceptable. So instead of doing the research which is not contextual, if we orient our research in contextual and more action oriented, and one more thing, more importantly, creating new theories for our context, that is what is we are looking for from this deliberation. If you go a little bit of the history, our policy, policy dialogues, even though in this forum or in this terminologies, it has come in last few decades. We started with the planning committee before the independence. It, emerged as a planning commission after the independence. And therefore, after 2014, Government of India, they have come up with the concept of Niti, okay? The meaning of Niti is that the policy, direction, okay? To give the direction for the country. And not only the Government of India, many state governments, including the Government of Kerala, they have come up with the policy think tank, okay, and policy deliberations, including the Kerala Urban Dialogue. We are very happy that the KILA, as a very well-known organization in the field of local governance, good governance. I still recall that when I was head co-chair faculty in ATI, we used to study the best practices in Kerala, which was done by the KILA. So why policy? So because we have very minimal portion in our current curriculum in architecture or planning curriculum about the policy. So why policy? Because policy dialogues can bring some solution when we fail to contextualize our planning practices and prescription, which fails many a times in the practice. So it can address the uncertainty, it can address the diversity, it can give a roadmap in spite of there is successive change in the political system. So it can strengthen, it can make it proof of very much, malpractices. It can influence the political discourse also. And it is multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, which is mentioned by Professor Ajit. So at the same time, the moment all the students and research scholars, they engage yourself in the policy dialogues, it is an opportunity for you. Why it is an opportunity? Because through the regular planning or architecture curriculum, you will be able to make some plan or design. But through these dialogues, you will be more equipped for the future to take lead in an inter and multidisciplinary environment, which is the need for the time. See, try to understand that the current context needs solution from the problem. Your academic qualification is a starting point, but it is not the factor for success for your individual matter and also for the matters for the country. So with this opportunity, this dialogue, Kerala Urban Dialogue, and this edition of the Kerala Urban Dialogue, which is done by, organized by IIT Roorkee and Kila jointly today. Okay, we have designed around the word innovation and policy, because we need more innovation, more improvisation to bring our research and academics into the practice. We have two technical session. The first technical session will deliberate on policy and practice interface, that how innovations can bring the more interface in the policy and practice and improve its quality, more contextual, more evidence-based and more outcome-based impact is there. Second session is focused on policy and pedagogy, because unless we develop or strengthen our pedagogy and the education, okay, we cannot expect its transfer to the field. And we are expecting the points like why we should inculcate innovation in both the technical session, policy practice interface and policy pedagogy interface. What kind of innovations we can expect from the future leaders like you, how we should bring that innovation, what is the role of individual, what is the role of institution, and what is our future vision to take our career individually and to take our mission for the country and the context for next 20, 30 or 40 years. We have very eminent speakers in this today's dialogues. Okay, we have S.K. Lohia sir, we have N.K. Patel sir, we have P.S.N. Rao sir, Amit Hajela sir, and we have very experienced moderator and the chair of this session, Srinivas ji, who have served TCPO for many years, streamlined the policy and planning dialogue. We have Professor V. Devdas, the senior most faculty from our department. If you add the experience of these 6 eminent speakers and moderators, it is more than 200 years. Okay, so from the 200 years of total cumulative experience, the deliberations will happen. I request all of you that you engage very keenly and raise question after the deliberation by the esteemed faculty and the dignitaries, so that this session becomes a triggering point in generating multiple free thoughts and multiple points of future discourses. And this is not the end of this dialogue. This is just a beginning and will continue in future. With this note, I thank the government of Kerala, Kerala Institute of Local Administration, Professor Ajit, to take the initiative. This is a very timely initiative in our country, not only for the Kerala, I am telling you, and also inviting us to be the partner in this dialogue. And with this note, I am looking forward for the very useful deliberation in the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are now ready to start with our first session. I would like to welcome Sri R. Srinivas, sir, visiting faculty at SPA, Delhi, and urban planning expert, a high committee member on urban planning, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, a former town and country planner at TCPO MOHUA, and director of Ahmedabad Smart City Development, to start the session. I would also like to invite Professor Sri Sanjeev Kumar Lohia, sir, urban mobility expert from World Bank, and Sri N.K. Patel, sir, president of ITPI India.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And at the outset, I would like to compliment Kerala Institute of Local Administration and Department of Architecture and Planning for organizing the urban dialogue and also giving me the opportunity to participate. I would like to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Lohia. I mean, he's a very well-known figure in urban mobility. And presently, he is associated with the World Bank as Senior Advisor, Rail and Urban Mobility. And he belongs to Indian Railway Service of Engineers 1986 batch and has got more than 36 years of experience in railways, urban transport, urban development, railway station development. And I would also like to mention that he was managing director and chief executive officer of Indian Railway Development Corporation. And in fact, he was, I mean, he has been instrumental in formulating the railway station area development plans. And in fact, I was fortunate to interact with him when he was Joint Secretary Urban Transport, and he has been really instrumental in formulating the National Urban Transport Policy in 2016, and in fact, National TOD Policy also in 2017, and National Metro Policy. And he has also been, involved in, introducing the National Common Mobility Card, city modernization programs, spearheading urban transport reforms, and creating technical capability within the ministry with regard to urban transportation. Now, everybody knows, we are going to have, almost 50% of the, the population to be resided in the maybe 15,000 plus cities and towns, and the requirement towards urban transport, that too urban, the environmental sustainable urban transport. That will be biggest challenge, and how we are going to ensure, especially once we prepare the master plan, how we can really ensure that model share will be in favor of urban, the public transport. So I would like to request Dr. Lohia, sir, and you could kindly highlight some of the points, especially in wake of, the climate resilience, the extreme climate conditions, how we are going to have environmental sustainable urban transport. Lohia, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivas, for a nice introduction. I thought means I could give a presentation for 10 to 15 minutes in case if it is okay. Otherwise, I'm okay with the
Sir, you can, we
general
have
dialogue.
around 25 minutes for you.
Okay. So I'll just, if I'm allowed to share this screen. So can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Not yet, sir. Yeah, now it has come, sir.
Now it has come? Okay,
Yes.
great. Is it in the presentation mode?
Yeah, if you could kindly, yeah, full screen, sir.
Yeah, I'm just.
I think, sir, it's taking time, but of course you can straight away present with the slide mode also, sir, because full screen we are not able to see.
Okay, so I thought some of the yeah, it has come in the presentation mode now.
Yes, sir, it's coming now.
You are not able to see.
The next slide we are not able
now?
to.
Okay, fine. So I thought while I will discuss the issues on.
Yeah, it has come, sir. It has come.
Is it okay now?
Absolutely okay, sir.
Yeah. So I thought while I'll share the urban transport, urban development connect. So the role of urban planners and policy in practice, how important it is, can be gauged from the fact that in the budget speech of 2023-24. The Prime Minister mentioned this aspect that urban planning would decide the fate of India. Yes, this started gaining some importance from the central government in 2005 when this JNNURM was launched. But now it has been given especially more importance with the urbanization growing much, much faster. And the rate of growth of population in urban areas for the first time overtaking the decadal growth rate in the rural areas. What kind of cities as planners we must vision for the Indian cities? And the point was mentioned that the sustainability aspect, the heat island effect, the resiliency aspect. So transit-oriented development, connect of urban transport, urban development rather than retrofitting of the urban transport with the urban development. So all these issues need to be taken into account while we are doing our planning for the cities. But if we see the contemporary development vis-a-vis the traditional development, we find that the traditional development was done much more intelligently as compared to what is being done contemporarily. And we always are proud of our contemporary development. Take it any city, take it Mumbai, or take it Ahmedabad, or any other city, or even Delhi. Some private projects now, they have started showing this kind of promise in terms of quality of development. And what essentially is the issue in terms of the policy perspective with our present development control norms, which focus on the quantity of development. So you see, even in Calcutta, some private projects again are showing that example of how to have the public space. You see this Aero City, again, how the public space has been prioritized, interaction with the building interface has been done. So as I mentioned, this focus on so-called controls and focus on quantity cannot deliver the kind of city that we aspire for. And these various existing regulatory frameworks, though they exist, but how they need to be implemented, what should be the connect between the policy and the implementation for various development control norms, building bylaws. And towards that, we came out with a new concept, I would say, which is not exactly new because it was being implemented in some form or the other traditionally also, form-based code, where we focused on the quality of development rather only the quantity of development. Again, emphasizing the focus on urban planning reforms, which was mentioned in the budget. Now there is a special central assistance to the state for having these kind of urban reforms in terms of the building bylaws, adoption of transit-oriented development policy, the local area plans, TDR, creation of response cities, so that we do not have those kind of flooding situations as we experienced in Chennai and Bangalore recently. These form-based codes we first developed for the railway stations redevelopment, and then we were requested by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to do a similar kind of thing for the entire country. So with the help of TCPO, of which Mr. Srinivas was an important part, and NIUA, then this was developed and it was launched by the Urban Development Minister on 9th of October 2023 for the entire country for adoption of the form-based codes across the country. Why these form-based codes? Because we are doing a lot of brownfield development, redevelopment. There is a concept now of land value capture as part of whichever cities are going for the metro development. So you have a metro rail policy which focuses on these areas, and otherwise also as per the urban development reforms being focused by the central government. So there is a focus on how to use the scarce resource, which is the land, most appropriately, so that you can give more to the public. What are the benefits of the form-based codes? If I highlight a few important ones, which gel well with any, I would say, person who may not be very much aware of the entire realm of the urban form regulations. One is that it encourages co-creation of public spaces, which gets disconnected in the contemporary development. The green cover gets enhanced up to 300%. So you can have more built up area, at the same time you can have more green area, and you can have more active frontages. So it is maximizing of all. It is not one versus other. It encourages built form with mutual shading, so that whenever you are having a pedestrian pathway, so considering the environment that we have in India, so you need to have mutual shading. And it also emphasizes on preserving natural and built heritage. So normally people say that development and heritage cannot go together, but railway stations, as I mentioned, they are active living heritage. So you have to maintain the heritage, at the same time you have to do the redevelopment. In the conventional system, you are governed by setbacks, the floor space index, the height restrictions, etc. Whereas when you have these form-based codes where you are focusing more on the quality of development rather than the quantity of development, so then the focus comes on how to have the public spaces prioritized, have their interaction with the edges. So how exactly the edges will interact with the plot edges will interact with the public streets, the green areas, the active frontage, how you will have built to line rather than the dead setbacks, colonnade, etc. So all that becomes part of these form-based codes. As I mentioned earlier, this is not something which is absolutely new. This was being implemented in some form or the other when we studied the country in most of the cities. Details are available in the link which is available on the NIUA and MOHUA website. In one sheet, if I put, of course, this is not readable. This is all the broad elements, right from the character-based area to the urban form regulations and the form-based code, how exactly to do the entire planning in the form of different layers. So, aim of the form-based codes is so that all the future requirements of incremental development which is happening, new development which is happening, the transit hubs which are being created, the redevelopment along the transit corridors which is happening. So all that can be governed by something which is I would say it is something which is clear, because if it is not clear, then it is means it is open to a lot of interpretation, and hence a lot of I would say discretions of the people in power, those who are implementing these things. It can unlock potential for the innovative finances. It allows flexible mix of uses, which is horizontal as well as vertical, and the development is market responsive. So the kind of value which you will derive for the development you are doing will be the maximum. In fact, this was tried and tested in case of Bijwasan redevelopment, which was done by planned by IRSDC and then bid out by RLDA. So the value which RLDA got was 30% more than their own guidance or reserve price. So you can conserve, reuse, and recycle the resources. And here again, the focus is on facilitating urban development rather than controlling. So that is how it becomes more market responsive, because you are focusing on giving a high quality public realm. What are the different tools? So essentially, you first define a character-based area layout plan, have the urban form regulations, and you decide the volumes which need to be developed. And then on the plots, we came out with an innovative term called property development cards, which is essentially 3D representation of your 2D urban form regulations which are given. So here you are actually giving what all can be developed and should be developed, so that with minimum restrictions you can allow maximum this thing, but still you have the maximum output in terms of the active frontages, the public area realm. Some of the differences between the conventional regulations versus the form-based codes. The conventional regulations, they focus on the plot. And on the plot, then you apply the setbacks and the ground coverage, etc. The setbacks are disconnected from the setbacks of the other plots. So you have disjointed green areas and recreational spaces, so which minimizes, and many times you will have dead areas as those setback areas. So the resultant development becomes disconnected development, and which encourages vehicle dependence. So the connect of transport and urban development comes from the kind of urban development that you'll have, which will focus and prioritizes the pedestrianization and the cycling. So walk to work, this was the concept of traditional India. If you see all the developments which were there, you could finish all your things within the walking distance. But as the vehicles motorization came, I think the thinking became more westernized and more vehicle dependent, and accordingly there was a disjoint residential development and commercial development entirely separate. And if you can recall, in 2006-7, Delhi was burning, in the sense there were a lot of shops, establishments, etc., which were locked, sealed, and then the laws were changed. At that time, the minister said that if everybody is forced to be on the other side of the law, then you need to revisit the law, because then the law itself is wrong. So this kind of thing happens and is potential in case of conventional regulation, which is the form-based codes, where the urban form is the priority. where the pedestrianization, public spaces, green areas, they are the priorities, where each plot and the adjacent plot, how exactly their interfaces, their street interfaces will be designed. So that is all governed as part of that property card, and that is how it gives into areas which will have more vibrant urban environment, and hence they will be more pedestrian friendly. So this is being implemented by various cities and institutions. IRSDC, I just mentioned, was the first one. So with the help of Shakti Foundation, they funded it for IRSDC and also for the Ministry of Urban Development, the work which we did. We implemented it across various stations in terms of the entire plot for the station, the property development card for the station, the TOD policy, which has been adopted by UP. So all of them, they create an opportunity to implement this FBC. I will be now open to question and answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a very informative presentation. And in fact, sir, there are a large number of students of architecture and planning department. They are, they are the participants, and I think definitely the students will be encouraged to take up, thesis topic related to form-based code. And you rightly said that, once we from a textbook regulations to the form-based code, definitely the efficiency of land use gets increased, sir. And more land, put under the public realm definitely adds to the quality of life. And this will also, and I think in one of the slides you mentioned that's very much important to reduce the dependence on personal vehicles. That's an essence of any transport policy. But we'll have to see, since Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is encouraging area-based strategies through local area plan and town planning team, and this is the best opportunity that how we can really demonstrate form-based code. And we can take questions, one or two questions we can take from the participant students.
Hello, sir, this is Ajit. Just quickly to respond to Lohia sir's presentation and thanking him for that. So probably you might have heard, I mean, you might be aware that we are expected to be about 93% urban Kerala. And all these inputs that's coming through, very detailed studies and such kind of policy instruments are relevant. Incidentally, we also have a design policy now, and we are working on an urban policy. So there's a lot of requirement for integrating these new advisories and guidelines, and otherwise our cities are going to be again very mismanaged, messy places. So government is very keen to infuse all these new thinking into its upcoming urban policy, and we will certainly seek your advice and guidance as the process goes on. Just wanted to state and thank you for your presentation and your presence today.
Thank you, Dr. Ajit. We'll be happy to associate in any form.
So, any question the students would like to ask, or participants from Kerala local bodies?
I would also like to state one thing while anybody is asking questions. One of the unique thing which we did while forming these form-based codes for the railway station development was to have an interaction consultation with entire country, all development authorities, various technical experts, means not only in India but also abroad, including the multilateral development banks, other countries. And one of the comments which we got from a professor in Hong Kong when these were being presented there, that you are even advanced in thinking than what we are getting implemented in Hong Kong. So this kind of consultation is rare when you are developing something as implementation tool policy for the urban areas. Normally, the kind of development regulations which the cities or the states they make, yes, there is a public consultation done, but the active kind of involvement which we had, and again, I would like to thank many of the experts who are present here. I think Dr. PSN Rao, Mr. Srinivas, Mr. Patel, they were all part of those consultations, and we had wonderful, I would say, comments, and we tried to incorporate most of the comments while developing these form-based codes.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, JICA is also collaborating with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, especially in terms of capacity building for the town planners, for the 15 stations which are going to be developed from Ahmedabad, Mumbai bullet train corridor. So there is a great future. This form-based code will definitely play a very big role in the station area development, sir. I'm absolutely optimistic with regard to this. So we can, of course, since we are running out of time. So participants, if they have questions, they can type in the chat box. And in the meanwhile, we can move to our next speaker, Sri Patel. Just let me give a brief introduction. Sri Narendra K. Patel, he is presently the president of Institute of Town Planners India, and he has been a civil engineer and planner from CEP University, and had worked as town planner with Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority for 17 years. And in fact, he has got overall more than 40 years experience in the field of urban housing, urban planning, and urban governance at various government, semi-government, and institutional platform. And in fact, he has got a vast experience. I think students will definitely get a lot of benefit. He has been expert in town planning scheme. So may I request Sri Narendra Patel, if you could kindly share your experiences with reference to the policy practice interface. Patel sir, a very good morning.
Yes. Good morning, Srinivas ji. Basically, I'm thankful that in this August platform where IIT Roorkee Planning and Architecture Department and KILA, they are continuously organizing this Kerala dialogue. So first, let me put my presentation on the screen. Just wait.
Yeah. Still, sir, it's not shared. Yeah, it's getting shared. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now we can see, sir.
Little.
Again, it has. Yes. It has come, sir.
So the time is constrained, so we'll go little fast. As we know, the world is very predominantly urban. Half of the world population is now lives in urban areas. 68% global population will be urban population. And if you talk about the India, about 40% by 2050, the India will be the urban one. Similarly, urbanization is directly related with the land resources, how to use the land. And if you compare, particularly the students, what is the landman ratio? So if you compare with China, we are less than 1 acre per citizen. China is about more than 1 hectare. And if you talk about USA, it is more than 2 hectares. So most of the cities are sprawling. It's a low density growth. And they are, I must say, it is expanding. Rather, it is encroaching the rural hinterland. All this growth is very inefficient, unsafe to live in. And in most of the cases, including the case of a developed urbanized state like Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Punjab, or Gujarat, always development precedes the planning. So most of the plans which has been prepared are not the ground reality. The inequality, social inequality, sustainability, economic development, this should be the main focus of the land planning tools. But in light of this, we know about the SDG, the goals of SDG, where the goal 11, where make cities and human settlement very inclusive, very safe, resilient, and sustainable. And by 2030, we have to work for it. So there are three pillars of sustainable urban development. One is the environmental consideration, second is a social one, and the economic sustainability. So all these three things is a very, very big future globe challenges. Now, in that case, to make our urban planning sustainable, one is a very much important equitable access to the public services and amenities, adequate housings, and high quality of life. Then secondly, we have to mitigate the adverse environmental impact by promoting efficient land use, by reducing, as Professor Thalia and Gaurav has said, our culture is walk to work. And in that case, how to do that? Similarly, enhancing the urban green space. Green space in most of the urban area, if you take barring the Chandigarh, Gandhinagar, and Bangalore, we are lacking. So in that case, what to do? So form-based code is one of the concepts which I think in Ahmedabad in 2013 for Ahmedabad CBD area, which is Ashram Road area, where form-based code has been applied. And we found number of the difficulties. So still we are struggling. So why we are struggling? In case of a station area or in case of Aero City, the form-based code is excellent tool. It will create the urban open space. It will create more greenery, something 200, 300% more, I agree. But when you are dealing with a development where the owners are different, having a plot size from 500 square meter to 5 hectares. So in that case, we have to work. So Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation particularly is trying through various things, and local area plan is one of the tool. So as we have discussed, these are the development plan, 20-year plan, very no provision or no flexibility or no review. In that case, now there should be an integrated strategic land use plan. Strategic land use plan, earlier it were a strict, rigid zonal plan. Now looking to the perceptive, the level and quantity of urbanizations, we need the plan which should have, first is an economic development strategy. Just to compare the Naya Raipur. The Naya Raipur is an excellent new township has been developed post-independent. So it is an administrative town. So economic strategy, economic employment has not been done or forecast. So in that case, if you go today, you will feel the thousands of crore rupees has been poured until it is a ghost town. So economic development is very, very key things. And in that case, if you compare the Salt Lake City, Calcutta, where they have done from the first day, the industrial zone, the offices, the business area. So at present, it's a West Bengal IT hub. So it has generated lots and lots of employment. So economics, then second is natural resources. Third is we have to look after about the historical and cultural resources. Of course, there should be a mobility management strategy, housing, industry, infrastructure development, and very much important is a financing strategy. Generally, I have found, particularly if I say about the plan of our Ahmedabad 1981 plan, 1997 plan, or 2013 plan, they were very much silent about financing the strategy. Actually, they learn from the land pooling system in last 100 years how to capture, how to land value capture. But even though they have not written by doing such land pooling system, we are creating this much plot, and by exchecking such plot, this much finance will be generated, and this is the finance, and these are my outflow. So they are very much always I have seen, particularly the finance is not much taken by we people, particularly the we planner. And second thing, rightly, today's topic is policy, practice, and pedagogy. So the practice is a regulatory framework. How to put your things, what are the available practices, what are the best practices, and how to implement. And still, I found most of the town are still, they don't have GIS, planning information system. So, as I have told you, the basis of the plan should be an economic plan with the natural resources, mobility plan. As you know, the land use and transport are very, very interrelated. So, transit-oriented development, the housing and other infrastructure. Here, I will tell you one excellent example of Ahmedabad. We have seen number of such development plan or master plan or zonal plan of number of the cities. So there is a residential zone. But in Ahmedabad, there are 4 types of residential zone. R1, which is a predominantly residential zone having 2.7 FSI. R2 is little peripheral residential zone where the infrastructure is still coming. So it's a R2, 1.8 FSI. Then there is a zone near the ring road, which is not required for present forecast of the population. But if you don't put any zone, there are likely chance of illegal growth. So it is a R3 where only 0.3 FSI. Then fourth is a RAH. So that is a residential affordable house. So in residential affordable housing, you have to consume 2.7 FSI. The villas, tenement, twin bungalow, detached, semi-detached, row houses are not possible. You have to consume that. So, and similarly, there are different strategy and FSI for TOD policy. So on 4 is a as per the transit-oriented, 4 is a FSI. So we have to try, we have to study each and every neighborhood and how to put a particular residential zone where you can start a home base with one area, where you can find here the slum settlements are less, here the more institutions are there, here the big corporate are holding the land. You start the farm base from such area, and you should not hesitate to make the residential zone in a various different category, as we have done, and it is successfully since 2013 in Ahmedabad. So at the end, often you have to do the promotion, not the regulation. So plan without a finance strategy is a meaningless, which I tell you. So So continuous monitoring and managing the plan will be required. Then planning body. So this is very important things. In most of, as I'm a head of Indian Institute of Town Planner India, I have found in most of the state, the chief town planner, which is known as a director of town plan. So they are the administrative cadre officers. Earlier in MP, right now in Gujarat also, right? And it is a very junior skill IAS officer. He doesn't have, he may be genius, he may be hardworking, but for his posting of 2 or 3 years, how he can give a justice of rightly said, Professor Kalia, it is a interdisciplinary planning. You have to learn society, you have to learn how to put the informal sector into your mainstream. You should know that these slum dwellers are not in housing economics. So it is very difficult. So political and administrative influence should be reduced. And now second thing is planning education. So when ITPI started in 1951, there were only 15 town planners. All were trained from the abroad. Right now, we are a strength of something more than 8,000 planners registered with ITPI. We have given the permission to more than 60 planning schools. But it is unfortunate that the quality of education, this is related to more to pedagogy. So, but I will throw little things about the quality of education is barring few signing institute, only not more than 2 dozen. The SPAs, the SAPs, few university schools. Other than that, in most of the school, they don't have post curriculum. They don't, there is no provision to upgrade the knowledge of faculty also. How to use the GIS, how the AI is coming in a planning. So number of the things they don't know. But in the HLC high level committee report, there are a number of good things, particularly as the government of India has recognized Center of Excellence, SPA, Delhi, SAB has been included. So there is an urgent need for in planning education. There is one small things about the economics and general economics has been taught, statistics has been done. But how our economics has been started, how the first 5-year plan was an agrarian plan and second, third was most thrust was given on a public sector industry and how it is going. And we have to give more thrust on economic development and transport. These are required. But the integrated planning, we have to teach the students. He may be expert in environment management or any infrastructure planning or transport. But personally, I feel that as an urban planner, sometimes what happens, they are the urban planner, but in bracket it is written as an environment. So sometimes they are discomforting in getting the jobs also. So, and finally, the SAT has started the program in urban management. I don't understand the urban planning and urban management. Can be two separate disciplines? No. Either you introduce the management programs in planning and have something where our chief town planner is a good manager also. Suppose I talk about the City Manager Association of Ahmedabad. A very senior level planners are working as a city manager. So that managerial skills, I think we are lacking in that. So to end my talk, to recognize the planning profession, and it should be a national administrative service. So our profession may be more stronger, more effective. ITPI is making efforts towards this end. I request all the people to join ITPI for this. So finally, I can conclude like this. Going back to the form-based code, TDR and TOD. But one thing, as in Amrut also, the thrust has been given first to land pooling system. And at that time, number of the delegates comes to Ahmedabad, they meet me. I wrote one book on land pooling. But when they go back to their states, they cannot implement, right? So I used to tell them, the Gujarat has learned since more than a decade. The first TP scheme was there in before 100 years. And in 100 years, generally, number of the things, flexibility we have learned. So if you start the land pooling system in your town, then don't go for our model. It's a 40%. So first thing, it is sometimes when I go to Kolkata, the planner says it is a capitalistic approach. We have to go for acquisition, but we know in 2013 Land Acquisition Act, it is not possible. It's very complex. So land pooling, where you are making a partner, a land owner. So start with 15-18%. Our TP scheme, particularly if somebody has visited our CBD, that is Assam Road, which has got only 18% land deduction. So start with 15-18%, and then you introduce more, and then parallel. Each TP scheme can be a different. So you can have TDRA provision, you can have TOD provision, you can have form-based provision. There is a development plan regulation. But parallel to development plan regulation, there is a regulations you can make for that TP schemes or that land pooling unit. Finally, I want to tell one thing about the TDR. TDR is excellent tool. And in Ahmedabad, there is a excellent TDR market. And in Ahmedabad, more than I think 25,000 slums has been given a shelter out of that project. But we have to think like Haryana, where there is a amenities TDR. So when I try to do something in Ahmedabad, they say we don't have a provision. So we should have provision. The municipal corporation will have a right to give a amenities CDR to create a skyway, to create a overbridge, to create Anganwadi. Anything can be done. So thank you very much, Srinivasanji. I am ending my.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your lot of ideas which you have highlighted, especially with regard to equitable access to public services and amenities, adequate housing. You have mentioned. You have also mentioned about the promoting efficient land use and enhancing urban green. And in fact, these have become actually the urban planning form. You also highlighted that there are certain difficulties in implementing a form-based code in Ahmedabad. You also gave the example of Aero City, which is perhaps more conducive for implementing the form-based code. And you have, very importantly, you have highlighted the need for integrated strategic land use plan. Perhaps I think there has to be more discussions on specifically on the integrated strategic land use plan. And you also mentioned about the the selection of center of excellence in urban planning. 4 institutions have already been selected, and I think this gives an an opportunity to have a very strong policy, the policy pedagogy, interface. And you also mentioned about the development plan will be incomplete without a finance strategy. In fact, I am a very strong, advocate of, having the capital investment plan and financial operating plan, I think that the entire master plan or DP exercise becomes complete. In fact, once we go for, 20 years perspective, the administrator of cities should have a clear-cut idea that what are the financial implications once we actually start implementing the proposals of master plan or development plan. I think it has been excellent. Sir, I would also like to inform all the participants that Patel sir has been identified as the chairman of the town planning committee under the AICT. And he, in the concluding sentence, he has mentioned that let us work together and work for the welfare of our profession. I think he'll be very open to suggestions whenever the deliberations takes place in AICT. I think students, faculty members, and all the practitioners should look forward and should also come up with their good ideas, especially with regard to what sort of innovations we are going to take up in the Amrit Kal. So thank you very much for your sir kind presence as well as sparing valuable time. Now I would like to request the moderator of next session. He can. Yes, before that,
Question, sir. Question.
are most welcome to come up with their questions.
Yeah. Okay. Sir, Uttam here.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you, Lohia sir and Patel sir. I have two questions to both of you. First, to Lohia sir. Sir, you very nicely mentioned the the usefulness and the effectiveness of the form-based code in Indian context, not only making the theory, also demonstrating the practice through consultation manner. My question to you is that to bring it to our practice, how, I mean, one approach is that we include in the curriculum for the future planner, but the planners who are working in the field in town planning authorities or in the municipal corporation, what is your suggestion to transfer or disseminate this form-based code and a few other emerging aspect of the practice to these working professionals who are working in the field right now? What will be your suggestion to bridge that gap? Because the curriculum, what they studied maybe 5, 10, 20 years back, that had very old curriculum and old inputs. So this is the question to Lohia sir. The second question is to Patel sir. Sir, very nicely you have given the very diverse aspect of integration and the strategic aspect of land use and land pooling scheme. And also you mentioned usefulness of planning and management kind of curriculum in future. So my question to you is that since you are representing ITPI, that in future, considering the current interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach which is emerging out, so do you think that in future we need to diversify our education to like infrastructure management, where we can keep planning in the center and maybe some interdisciplinary aspect together, so that we take the leading role, planners take leading role in the policy discourses and in the management, urban management discourses in the country? So this is the two questions to the panelists. Sir, over to you.
Thank you for the question. I think very important question. I would answer it in two parts. The first part is even though the codes manuals which have been prepared with the guidebooks, example, case studies, etc., they are quite illustrative, but still there is a need for capacity building for the existing planners, and for that certain capacity building workshops, etc., can be held. The case studies can be discussed. So I think that either on through webinar or in person, so that would be very much required to understand the entire gamut and as to how to apply it to the existing situations and how simply it can be applied. So that has been captured as part of the manual if you go through that. So that is the first part. The second part is enablement as per the existing bylaws. Will the existing bylaws require a change or a new bylaws need to be adopted? So this was also studied while we were developing this and studying it across the country. What we found that the existing planning norms do provide lot of scope for interweaving this form-based course with because it is one step further. It is not a complete change. It is a step further. So in a tabular form, if you see those again form-based courses, so they provide what are the existing norms and how exactly maybe some definitions need to be introduced, maybe some extra steps need to be done. You might not require a lock, stock, and barrel change of the existing bylaws, but some bit of tweaking, some bit of interpretation, etc., is required. With that, they can be implemented. Because if we ask for the complete adoption of a new law, then it becomes a very long affair. And by that time, this team also loses. It becomes difficult to implement. Over to Mr. Ankit Patel.
Thank you for your reply, sir. Now, I think Mr. Patel would like to.
Yeah, thank you, Luya sir. Basically, as in my presentation, I put more emphasis, particularly on the finance part, and second is implementation. So in that case, the management comes into the picture. So generally, I found while visiting few planning schools, there is an excellent local urban studio, then there is a city level studio, there is a regional studio. But student doesn't know about how it is going to be implemented, how it is to be administered. So that management, they are very much silent. So first thing in a present existing curriculum, we can start with putting the finance, implementation strategy and management. By in studio, you can tell them the basic management principle, the urban management principle, urban governance, and then what is urban finance. And by doing that, we can put the things in a prevailing curriculum. Now, second thing, for the future, the town planner, we won't as a city planner, we won't as a city manager, we won't as a city administrator. So in that case, some more knowledge related to administration and management will be required. So through AICT, with a number of the inputs from the various schools, dignitaries, and very much academicians, we will have some programs, particularly some selectives also, where student can opt for a planning management courses. And by doing that, I think we are creating, as planning is interdisciplinary, but planner roles also we can create an interdisciplinary, where he is a finance expert, he is a management expert, and he is a planning expert, while at the after the 10, 15, 20 years experience. So at present, we can start with the studio and such model, implementing the management things, and at final, with the deliberations and with the consultation with number of the schools and academicians, we can introduce them. Thank you very much.
And sir, we have a suggestion by eCube Solution that planning as a profession needs to be framed and reformed. This is one suggestion one of the participants has given. So any more question, Uttam, so that we can move to the next session?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we are running into a time zone here, but I thought I will raise this question because we are talking about practice. And I just wanted to ask this question: has there any effort been made? Because the whole practice industry of urban future and cities is happening from the city level. And those decisions are usually made through civil servants and the bureaucracy. So my question from a practicing worldview is that can urban decisions be given to people who actually have the urban qualifications on one side? And second, how can urban related courses or subjects be part of the UPSC? Because essentially when a district magistrate takes over a city, he's actually managing the whole city infrastructure. And why not it's time for India to talk about Indian urban services than just Indian administrative services.
Is it a question to Dr. Lohia, sir?
Yeah, I can take it.
Yes, please. Thank you, sir.
The importance of technocrats vis-a-vis bureaucrats that has been is going on for a very long time. Essentially, the kind of qualifications that we require for governing important infrastructures and urban planning, and the technocrats must have is extremely important. The kind of capacity building which is required for the bureaucrats for these kind of special kind of roles, I think that is the need of hour. And some of these, I would say, the exposer, he may not, whosoever is the administrator, even politicians, they are also minister of urban development, etc., and they are governing the policies. So they may not be urban experts, but what is required is that can we have them the exposure so that they know various urban nuances. So towards that, if we can develop and can have in the Mussoorie Academy their orientation. In fact, they had started some orientation towards the urban transport. And similarly, we had started leaders in urban transport program. We can start leaders in urban development, where we can have all these officers from different institutes, where the urban planners and the administrators, they can be together, they can work jointly on certain programs. So I think there the role comes of the not only the government body, but also the multilateral development banks. We had launched this kind of program with the help of World Bank. So there we can have the global experts engaged. So I think it cannot be this versus that. We have to coexist, and how exactly we improve the efficiency of both. That is what we should aim at.
Thank you, sir. Patel sir, would you like to respond?
Basically, only one thing. The high-level committee, if since years such committee has been appointed, first time our Honorable FM has spoken about the urban planning.
Yes.
So in that case, one of the recommendations of high-level committee is to strengthen the town planning services.
Yes, sir.
And I think it is required, and the government and the bureaucrats are very much sincere about that. And similarly, as rightly Lohia sir has told, in the academy at Dehradun, they are giving now more thrust in urban areas. One of my friend, Professor Partho, he called me to teach them the urban land management. So such thing has been done. But in the same fashion, what I am advocating, so some administrations and management should also be learned by we people, and we should have some separate, respectable cadre. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Srinivasji, can I?
Yeah, please. Most welcome.
Since Patelji just now mentioned about the high-level committee, I think this is a very important point that has been raised by one of the participants. So I think there are 3 or 4 dimensions to it. The first is, as rightly observed by Mr. Patel, we in our high-level committee report, as some of you are already aware, we have made a push for an all India service for urban planning. So today, if you look at the central services, there are almost maybe 50 or more than 50. I think Dr. Lohia can correct me if I'm wrong. You have Indian Telecom Service, you have Revenue Service, you have Postal Service, you have Engineering Service, you have so many. So why cannot you have Indian Urban Planning Service? Was the question that was raised, and that was debated, deliberated extensively, and then that was included as one of the key recommendations. Of course, there are issues here because the subject of town planning is a state subject, and etc., etc. We'll not go into that, but that is one route that we thought we must take in order to give the desired dignity and the power to the town planner to actually push ideas. The second point is that today what is happening is that who goes into the Indian Administrative Service? A person who has done either engineering or architecture, because when you look at the subjects that are available to take in order to get into an Indian Administrative Service, you have history or sociology or civil engineering or whatever. But why can't you have urban planning also there?
Absolutely.
So one idea was that urban planning should be one of those streams on par with history or sociology or engineering or any other subject, so that urban planners who have done B planning or M planning,
Yes.
they can take planning as a and then they can qualify and become an IAS officer.
Absolutely.
So the IAS officer, wherever he is posted, in whichever department he is posted, he has a basic grounding in planning. So today you have a veterinary doctor who is an IAS officer, or you have a computer science engineer who's an IAS officer. So when you have an urban planner also as an IAS officer, having qualified in urban planning, so I think that is one other idea that we have. And as far as the Masuri Institute is concerned, as Mr. Patel has very rightly mentioned, I think for more than 15 years, I have been going there. Many others have been going there also. Some exposure is given to the IAS officers at the induction training at Masuri on different aspects related to urban planning, but that is just not sufficient. It's a very, very cursory kind of exposure that we are giving. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Rao. In fact, you were in IIPA. In fact, you have got a lot of experience in training the civil servants, both the central government as well as the state government. Professor Uttam, we have PP Singh, Mr. PP Singh. He is the Chief Town Planner of Government of Haryana. Can we give 2 minutes to him? That I mean, it's a
Sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah, PP Singh, are you there? PP Saab?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Could you highlight? In fact, we had collaborated with you for the state level conclave, and in fact, you have proposed for a center of excellence, that is an in-house center of excellence. Could you throw some light, which can really strengthen the policy practice interface?
Exactly, sir. We are looking for basically a partner who does policy and practice advocacy, basically, with the state government. Because as we go along, we have two emerging metro cities which will be 40 lakh plus in very near future, Gurgaon and Faridabad. And the dynamics of the problem increase manifold the moment these towns become 40 plus. So the solutions that we have been working on till now may not suffice, and we may need a completely new way of thinking for solid waste management at local level, at in situ level. For traffic management, we may need a MRTS master plan or things like that, with which now there are talks of dynamic traffic monitoring through sensors on the roads, and how does a dynamic big data system work at city level. So all these things, the present government setup is not at all geared up to take up that challenge. So there is a very vital need to do that and to set up a center for excellence, which is focused on the state level issues, because each state has its unique set of problems. Haryana, that way, we are whatever solution that Gujarat or Punjab or any other state may be able to devise, that may not work in Haryana, and each state that way is absolutely unique. So we need a very high level think tank sort of agency which does policy and practice advocacy. It takes up demonstration projects to show how what the proposals are, how they are effective in dealing with the problem, so that with the passage of time, it develops the respect and the capacity, so that eventually it acquires the political support as well, the bureaucratic support as well. So once it proves itself within maybe a span of 2 to 3 years, then it will have all the support from all sides, and hopefully things, still fingers crossed, we don't know how to go about it exactly, but we are definitely working in that direction.
Thank you, PP Singh Saab, for your insights. I think we wish you all the best for your endeavors towards establishing the Center of Excellence. And of course, two metropolitan cities, Gurugram as well as Faridabad, will give enough challenges,
Yeah.
to ensure, environmental sustainable development. And of course, a lot of issues we'll have to see
Absolutely.
from the metropolitan perspective. Thank you so much, PP Saab.
Thanks a lot.
And
Thanks.
I request Professor Uttam Roy.
Yeah.
We can, if there are no questions, so we can proceed with the second technical session.
Yeah, thank you, Srinivas sir. I think it was a very nice deliberations from both the eminent speakers, Lohia sir and Patel sir. So thank you very much, both of you, sir, for joining online. Maybe next time we would like to have you in the campus for more intense or physical deliberations with our students. And also thank you, Srinivas sir, for nicely moderating the session. Also thanks to PP Singh sir for joining us. And maybe we take a short break of 15 minutes, then we join again.
Sure. Thank you.
Hello. Everyone can please step outside for a small tea break. We'll begin our session from 12 p.m. Hello, hello. On है. Hello. I request all the participants to please settle down. We'll begin our next session shortly. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. Now we are ready to start with our next session. I would like to invite Professor V. Devdas, sir, Department of Architecture and Planning, IIT Roorkee, and Professor Amit Hajela, sir, visiting faculty at IIT Roorkee and former director of MET School of Architecture and Planning, to please start the session on policy, pedagogy, and interface.
Thank you, Aditi. Good morning to all. We are going to have the second technical session now. We have two distinguished speakers. One is Professor P.S.N. Rao, former director of SPI Delhi, and the other one is Professor Amit Hajela. He is the visiting faculty of our department, IIT Roorkee, and former director of MET School of Architecture and Planning. I would like to introduce the two eminent experts now. Dr. P.S.N. Rao is one of the erudite scholars in the field of urban and regional planning, housing, etc. He is a trained architect, civil engineer, and town planner with more than 35 years of work experience. He held many important positions, including chairman DVSC, director of SPI Delhi, chaired many more committees. Then he was a chairman All India TNCP Board of AICT, chairman Hill Areas Committee, then Nidhi Ayog, chairman Committee of Urban Planning and Capacity Building, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, etc. He was a member and convener of the high-level Committee on Urban Planning of the Government of India. He was also a member of Advisory Council, Delhi Development Authority for MPD 2040. He has worked on several research and consultancy assignments and are widely published. Moreover, to personal knowledge, I can say he is one of the thorough gentlemen, and he was respected by his colleagues in SPI Delhi and the students and the research scholars fraternity in SPI Delhi. I welcome to Professor Dr. P.S.N. Rao to deliver his address on policy, pedagogy, and interface. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I hope I am audible.
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Professor Devdas. Thank you for your kind words. I have been very curiously listening since morning. In fact, ever since I was asked to look at this topic on policy and pedagogy, I looked at the two sessions and I was wondering, actually, policy, practice, and pedagogy, I think all the three are interrelated. You cannot really divorce one from the other. So let's try and understand what each of these words mean to us and what we can do as academicians. Policy is generally referred to as the intent of the government, because when we are talking about urban planning, the urban realm, urban development, cities, who makes the policy as to how should cities grow, what should be there, what should not be there. So the several layers of government have a role to play in this, and policies at various levels are prepared by the government. And essentially, a policy is an intent of what the government wants to achieve, or at least it's supposed to be that. Whereas pedagogy is something different. It is more to do with the art and science of teaching or training or capacity building. So, how these two are related to each other? That is the question. Why are we making this policy, and who is making this policy, and for whom is this policy being made? Is the question that we need to look at. The way the governments are structured, at the helm of the affairs is invariably a politician. And there is a political intent always. So most policies, as we are all well aware, are to serve a political intent. And that political intent will invariably vary from political dispensation to dispensation or party to party, as the case may be. And therefore, the policy may not always serve the objects that you and me perhaps presume or intend it to be served. There has to be land efficiency, the underserved have to be looked at, etc., etc. There are so many ideologies that we as professionals often tend to have when we talk about a good policy, a rational policy. But then when a politician finally signs off on a policy, then some of these ideas may be there, they may not be there. I will take you back to the year 1988. For the first time in this country, there was something called a national housing policy that was to be framed. The draft of the national housing policy was sent to the SPA, contrary to the popular belief that governments and politicians don't consult academic institutions. They did consult us. Many of us did a lot of brainstorming, and we did send our comments to the government of India, to the ministry at that point in time. I think there's some cross. Okay, thank you. So, but for this policy to be finally approved by both houses of the parliament, it took a very, very long time. It took several years. And of course, a lot of water had already flown under the bridge. And finally, what came out of that policy is of course something very, very different. But the only point that I'm trying to say is that consultations do happen. Sometimes they happen, sometimes they don't happen. But then there is a strong link between the policy and the pedagogy, no doubt. But then there is a strong linkage between the pedagogy and the practice. So in today's discussion, we have kept policy at the center, and we are saying what is the policy practice linkage and what is the policy pedagogy linkage. But what about the pedagogy practice linkage? The third arm of this triangle is also, I think, very, very important. So what is the role of teachers? What is the role of academicians? What is the role of researchers? We are supposed to be in an enlightened state. We are supposed to be advising the rulers of the nation, and therefore to frame the policy. To frame the policy, I think we have a role to play as academicians, as researchers. What should the policy be for public transportation in this country? or what should be the policy for regional planning in this country, or what should be the policy for housing the poor citizens of this country. These are all questions on which a lot of intellectual debate is required, a lot of data churning is required. The objectives have to be put in front of us clearly. What do we want to achieve, and in what time we want to achieve, how much it's going to take to achieve all this. So there is a lot of exercise that has to go into the making of a policy, provided the government looks at us and seeks our advice. On the other hand, we can ourselves brainstorm, and as professional institutions, as academic institutions, we can brainstorm, and we can also submit our recommendations to the government, like we often do at the end of an ITPI conference or something like that. And then we tell the government that, look, this is what the policy should be. More often than not, these would invariably fall on deaf ears. But nevertheless, in the framing of a policy, there is a role for the academic community to play. Subsequently, after a policy has been made, there needs to be a lot of stakeholder discussion. There is a concurrent evaluation, and there is an evaluation of end of the policy period also. I will again take you back to a point in time when there was something called a National Master Plan for water supply, for urban water supply in India. Way back in the 80s, the Ministry of Water Resources had prepared a National Master Plan, which was a part of the initiation of the International Drinking Water Supply and Sanitation Decade. And then there was a mid-decade review after 5 years. And then there was an end-decade review also, whether the policy that we have prepared was adequately implemented or not. And in the mid-decade review, what came out was rather startling, that you could hardly implement a very small percentage of the policy. That was because of a wide variety of technical reasons, which perhaps were not thought of in advance. So quite often, as I said, policy making is a political exercise, is a bureaucratic exercise, and often practitioners and the teachers and researchers are at the bottom of this pyramid, and therefore we are rarely consulted. Our inputs are not always taken. Sometimes they are taken. So to frame a policy, to evaluate a policy, to tweak a policy midway, we have a role to play. And sometimes we play this role, sometimes we don't play this role. For example, during the JNNURM, the Ministry of the then Ministry of Urban Development had set up a National Resource Center at SPA Delhi, and then we were actively involved in the policy preparation in the JNNURM and even in the RAY period. Many guidelines, many documents were prepared at the school. So it is not always that the governments are blind to the thinkers. So that being what it is, now let's come to pedagogy. What is it that we are doing in the schools of planning and architecture? Actually, planning is a multidisciplinary area. So, for example, in the realization of a city, in the complete implementation of a master plan, an engineer has a major role to play. But if you look at engineering education and the way it is structured, there is hardly anything related to town planning. So often the mindset of engineers is very different. Maybe in the case of architects, it is slightly more tuned to city planning. So when you look at pedagogy, we talk about 5 different ways in which one is very popularly looking at pedagogy: the constructivist method, the collaborative method, the inquiry-based method, the integrative method, the reflective method. These are different ways. Most teachers would perhaps be aware of this. A reflective method is when you tell the students, here is a book. I am giving every one of you a different book. Go to the library, pick up this book, read it, and come back and speak for 10 minutes. What is it that you have got from this book? That is something which falls perhaps under the reflective act of learning, where you read something, you try and reflect upon it, and then you come back and you see. So that is one method of learning. Integrative learning is that when different people are put together and everyone makes a different kind of a presentation, which is the inquiry-based method, where every student is given, or every participant in the classroom, in the learning cohort, is given a different aspect of the topic, and every one of them makes a presentation. So there is an integrative learning, there is an inquiry-based learning, and there is also an integrative learning. And sometimes when we take the students out on the field and we have some stakeholder consultations, we have some discussions, we have what is called a collaborative learning. So these are all methodologies that essentially all planning schools in their studio programs are actually adopting. So I'm not saying that therefore there is nothing further for us to do. There is a need for us to further innovate on these methodologies. In fact, make these more rigorous, make these regular, make these very integral part of the entire exercise. That is probably done in some of the schools. In many schools, I know that due to the expense that is involved in this, many colleges don't really do this. But I think it's a very important part of the pedagogy to actually undertake these routes, so that the learning becomes more wholesome and more complete. There is also a method called the case study method of pedagogy, where every participant is required to go to a particular place. So the final semester, which is a thesis, invariably is looking at case studies, where every person who is inquiring into a particular area goes to the field, looks at a particular theme, looks at the cases, and draws learnings out of that. Of course, all this has to be first built upon on a sound foundational basis. So you need to know the history, you need to know the trends, you need to know how we started, where we started, why we started, what is the journey that we have undergone over the last 10 decades or so, and where are we now moving forward into the foreseeable future, into the next 20-30 decades. Where are we moving forward? These are all, of course, very much necessary. Planning, again, is a multidisciplinary exercise. Engineers, architects, urban designers, planners, geographers, economists, legal experts, financial experts, and many others, management experts. There was some discussion in the previous session on this. So all these fundamentals need to go into the complete understanding of planning. So as often my dear friend, Professor Devdas, he talks about the systems approach to planning. So I would say that unlike other systems, the planning system or the city system is actually a kind of, it's an open-ended system. It is a system where there are so many players. There is a water supply system, there is a solid waste management system, there's a power system, there's a mass transportation system, there's a road system, there is a housing system. There are all these systems which are all simultaneously acting. And then the entry and exit to each of these systems is not always controlled. There is a lot of openness in these systems. Unlike in some other countries where you can't just go and put a shop on a footpath like you can probably do it in most Indian towns. So therefore, Indian city system has many subsystems, and it's a very open kind of a thing where ease of entry and ease of exit is very open, with few barriers to entry and barriers to exit, and therefore it becomes much more complicated to understand the city system and to frame a policy and to put that into practice. So these three P's of the policy, pedagogy, and practice, the three arms of this triangle, are a very complicated kind of area into which we are currently moving, and I think that is what makes it extremely difficult to plan in situations like India, as compared to some other parts of the world where the systems are highly regulated. The system of punishment for violating the law is very strict, and therefore the system leaks, system breakages, system disruptions are very few. The Indian urban system, if I may call it, which is perhaps a very loosely interwoven system, becomes a highly complex system. Now, we have a responsibility as thinkers and as researchers and as preachers or teachers to not only train the minds of the youngsters who do the UG and the PG courses, but also a whole range of actors who are involved, and who are involved. Every citizen, every resident, every visitor who is walking around the city of Delhi, if he is littering the city, if he is walking around and spitting on the city, he is parking his bicycle or a scooter or a car wherever he wants to do. Every one of us in the city who is a permanent resident or a temporary visitor or a tourist, we are all doing and undoing the city. And therefore, every one of us is a stakeholder, and every one of us needs some kind of an education at some level. So therefore, what is that pedagogy there? After the residents, the resident welfare associations, governments are increasingly relying upon them for a variety of purposes, RWAs as they are called. Then there are so many different organizations, and in each of these organizations there are people there. The most important organization is the municipal organization, the local administration, the local government, the politicians, the mayors, and the municipal councillors. And as we know, already there is a 1/3 reservation for women in many of these ULBs, and I have conducted umpteen number of training programs for these, and you will find the level of ignorance amongst the elected representatives is alarmingly high. Kerala may be an exception, but there could be other states also which could be exceptions, but I have seen that in a large number of states, not only the women, even the men are equally, if not more, ignorant about what are the powers, what are the duties, what are the functions of an urban local body, what does the local law say, what does the municipal law provide for, what is a master plan, why should it be followed, what happens if you don't follow, and so on and so forth. So the politician is one segment of the population which requires a particular kind of a treatment, a particular kind of a pedagogical input. They may not know how to make a GIS map, but they need to know something else. So who needs to know what is something very important. The bureaucracy has a major role to play in the policy formulation, in the policy implementation, and at various other levels as well, program implementation, project approvals, and so on. So the bureaucracy also needs to be trained. the mid-level officers, the junior level officers, the entry level induction capacity building. I think all these require enormous amount of inputs of a different nature, of a different category, of a different content, and the way in which that needs to be done. I mean, you can talk for hours together about what is a scientific sanitary landfill by making a PPT. But then doing that is one part of the story, and taking you to a field visit to a sanitary landfill site and actually showing you the entire thing is a different ballgame altogether. So how do you do this? There are again so many institutions across the country who are doing this. Kila is one of those, and there are so many others as well. So it is certainly important that the pedagogy inputs, the pedagogical inputs into the policy making have to go, and they should also go into the practice. The practitioners, the officers in all these organizations, they need the pedagogical inputs, because the person who is operating in a particular city is doing it for the last umpteen number of years only in that particular city or in that particular state. He has no idea about what's happening in some other parts of the world or in some of the cities of the country. So he also needs training. So the three arms of the triangle of practitioner, pedagogy, policy, all three need to be taken together. And that is where I think the setting up of these centers of excellence, the 4 centers of excellence, this is a very good initiative which has been recently taken up. And the 4 centers of excellence, the work has just started. We are still taking the baby steps. Things have to fall in place. And one of the ideas in these centers of excellence is that we will handhold cities, we will handhold various organizations, and we will not hold the be all, know all kind of an attitude, because that is also very dangerous, that only the training institutions or the preachers and the teachers and the researchers know everything. It is a two-way process. It is a multiple way process, in fact. The way a bureaucrat thinks, the way a politician thinks, the way a local resident thinks is a major input into way the practice or the policy has to be made. So therefore, pedagogy has to be neutral to that extent. It has to reflect the aspirations of the users, the grassroots requirements, and also some larger sustainability, climate change, environmental issues, and other requirements, which I think cut across all these. So that is the way in which we need to frame this. And I think in the state of Haryana, they have also taken their own initiative of setting up an institute at their level, because practitioners by themselves are not in a position to reflect, because they're too busy in their implementation and in their day-to-day works. The academicians are sometimes lost in their report writing and in their theoretical understanding of things, and they are unable to perhaps think, what should I do tomorrow morning? Should I do this or should I do that? So practical way of thinking like a bureaucrat thinks, the academician is unable, or the researcher is unable to think in that manner. So all these have to be put together in order to find a way forward. There is no one way of doing it. As it was said right in the opening remarks by Professor Gaurav Raheja, there are I hope I've got the name correct in the inaugural address, that what is applicable in Bangalore is not applicable in Haryana, or so on and so forth. So highly contextual. cities are highly contextual, and that is what makes the study of urban planning so much diverse and so much different, particularly in a very large country like India. Quite often, what happens in the West, or what happens in the Far East, or what happens in the North or in the South, that may not be directly applicable in our country or in our city, in our town, but we can certainly draw, we can certainly adapt, and we can see in what way we can use it, rather than a copy paste kind of a syndrome, which is very largely prevalent. Quite often, when I have seen, when an idea is thrown up, I would be asked by the bureaucrat, where has it been done earlier? Now, I think we need to also get out of this phenomena, that why should always there be a precedent for everything? Why can't you be the person who is doing it for the first time? Why can't we take that risk? So we need to be risk takers. We need to think with common sense. Just because something has not succeeded in 10 places doesn't mean it will not succeed in India or in my town. Or if BRT has failed somewhere, BRT will not fail everywhere. Or if metro has succeeded in Delhi, it will succeed everywhere. So failures and successes have to be seen in that particular context. And there need not be a precedent always for everything. If you think it's a great idea, if you're confident that it will work, then I think we should move forward. So mindset changes are extremely important. Otherwise, you will never be able to innovate. You will always be looking at, okay, it's been done in Paris, it worked well, so let's do it here. Not necessarily. You can be the first person to do it in your place, and then you can still be successful. So these are some thoughts of mine which I wanted to put forward. I am extremely grateful to the Kerala Institute for Local Administration and the IIT Roorkee for having me here. In fact, the very first consultancy project on which I worked was actually in the state of Kerala, and my association with the Kila starts from then. So I hope that will be revived now, and we will have more such discussions. I'm told that these are urban dialogues, but we are having only a monologue. So I will stop now, and let's have a dialogue. Let other people throw in some ideas of theirs, whether you agree or disagree with me, partly or wholly. Thank you so much. It has been very nice being here this morning and listening to all the other speakers as well. They've also made some very interesting, important points. And the time is actually warming up in our country as far as urban planning is concerned. The budget has spoken about urban planning. The finance minister has spoken about urban planning. The prime minister himself has spoken about urban planning. So this is the right time when we need to take our issues forward and give urban planning its due place in the development of this nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Rao. Actually, sir has given a very good, he's delivered with very good information pertaining to policies, practice, and this planning pedagogy. I will summarize this later because of this paucity of time. I'll summarize later and after this question hour. Now, I take this opportunity to introduce another guest of ours, Professor Dr. Amit Hajila. He is with us. He is going to teach us also in our department to our students. He is an architect and urban designer, involved in professional practice in more than 30 years in the field of architecture, interior design, urban design, with more than 150 projects in his credits. He has been associated with various institutions and fellow of Indian Institute of Architects, founding member of Institute of Urban Designers, India, member of the Indian Institute of Interior Designers and Institute of Hospital Engineering, life member, Indian Confederation for Healthcare Accreditation, and expert member on behalf of Council of Architecture, expert member UGC Committee on NEP 2020 implementation, IDP, Ministry of Education, Government of India, NIA, it is National Institute of Urban Affairs, NIA, Cities Program, Smart City Mission, Government of India, expert member in CCPD, Associate India Campaign, and former director and domain head, Architecture, Planning and Design, Amity University, Noida, former director, College of Architecture, Vastukula Academy, GCSIP University, New Delhi, and adjunct professor in IIT Roorkee. Adjunct professor in our department, IIT Roorkee. Okay, and he is currently a visiting professor at the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi too. He has vast experience in the field of architecture, urban planning, urban design, interior design, etc. And I said more than 150 projects he has done. I can say that he is also one of the erudite scholars in the field of planning, or the true urban planning. With this introduction, I request Professor Amit Hajira to discuss about this policy, practice, and the pedagogy of urban planning. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, participants, and let me first thank IIT Roorkee and Kerala Institute of Land Administration for inviting me for today's session. It's been a privilege to be part of the activities of IIT Roorkee, as always, and I think it's a wonderful subject, and I must compliment the efforts being made by the government of Kerala in this direction. In creating the platform for engaging professionals in a very, very significant dialogue. And of late, which was being mentioned, that Kerala is one of the first state which has come up with a Kerala design policy. And I think this is a direction which is truly multidimensional in its character, it's transdisciplinary, and it probably is the way forward, the way we look forward to the growth and development in India in the next 25 years. So can you please, so I'll go fast. I know I would not be sitting too long between your lunch, but we had a very, very nice tea. So I'm sure I can go ahead. Something that I would like to talk about is also my experience with the academic administration and academic processes and academic planning, so to say, which is so critical now in terms of the integration in present times, particularly when we are looking at a new ecosystem evolving in the higher education sector. For several years, or rather decades, I would not be shying away from the fact that architecture and planning as a domain has probably not been able to keep pace with the transformations in the education sector per se, and the kind of processes that are involved, which usually are processes which are driven by university systems, have not been percolating into our own teaching practices, our pedagogies, our methodologies, and so on and so forth. And we continue to operate in the same age-old fashion, in spite of the infusion of technology into the system in a very big way. And I think it is a great opportunity for us to engage with the young generation using technology as a very important integrator. And from that point of view, I'll talk about some of these practices, global best practices in terms of pedagogy, and which are very significant to be adapted by the schools of architecture and planning, and quickly discuss its bearing on the way it deals with our profession per se. And as Professor Rao rightly said, that there is a great triad which actually works, which in terms of policy, practice, and pedagogy. I think it's if you look at and go the backward, I think it's the pedagogy which is a very important determinant which leads to some very effective practice. And somewhere these practices and pedagogical inputs help the intellectual growth of individuals who actually contribute to the policy making. So that is the kind of progression where the inputs become so very significant in terms of the outcomes that we see so far. So truly speaking, I think what is available to us today, fortunately, with the kind of leadership and the emphasis being given by the Government of India, particularly through the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, supported by the Honorable Finance Minister, and the very, very comprehensive work being done by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs through various committees, of which most of the documents are in public domain. I think our mission oriented. So most of the projects which are being taken up by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs are in mission mode. Now, this is something which is very important. That means we are fixing targets for everything that is to be done within a specified time frame. And therefore, it would see the light of the day when it gets concluded within that mission. It may achieve a certain degree of success, it may not, but at least there are well-defined targets which are important. So when we have the right vision, we have a well-defined mission, I think that is to be followed by something what we call it as a strategy. I think everything that needs to be done has to have a very, very strong strategy. And that is the kind of pathway or a roadmap that will help us achieve the vision and the mission which has been laid out. And the last part is that once we have that strategy, we actually have to have an implementation framework, which is called as tactics. So what are those tactics that will be deployed to achieve the vision, mission, and how well that strategy works in deployment of those tactics. So that's the fundamental, and I think my presentation and talk to you is in basically three parts. We're looking at the kind of challenges, the kind of development which has happened so far, and as rightly said and pointed out by many of our eminent speakers today morning, I think it's very important that we look at the notion of urban development through the lens of contextualization. India's richness lies in its diversity, and there is no one size fit all. Every state, every district, every region has its own characters. And I think it is said very rightly that language in this country changes in every 6 kilometers. So how can you have a one size fit all policy? And as part of the federal structure also of our democracy, I think the housing, urban development, education, health are also state subjects. Some of them are also part of the concurrent list, but they are primarily, and education also, state subjects, and the states have to play a very, very important role as part of the this kind of a framework. However, the significant part of the change which has to come is that I think we need to have a very, very robust administrative and legal frameworks, which should be looked into, modified and restructured as and where required to ensure effective implementation of these policy frameworks. So I think that has to be reviewed both at the central level. It also has to be reviewed by the state governments as well. This other significant gap that we see today is a problem where a country like India or a developing nation which has scarce resources, I think optimization and effective utilization of resources becomes a very, very significant aspect. And therefore, the critical gap today is the inter-ministerial dialogue. We don't have sufficient dialogue within our own ministries that means the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Or what are the common areas where we could share the common platform, and probably the resources can be effectively utilized. And that's where it happens. And this is true also for our city administration. The multiplicity of agencies within our city is a very, very big bottleneck in terms of achievement of the objectives, and also achievement of the master plans. And that's why the master plan approaches keep on failing. And these are big bottlenecks in the developmental pattern. So having said that, what is important for us is now, so I think the vision for India, as has been put by the Ministry of Education, is that the acronym Amrit has been split into some very, very distinctive objectives which have been laid out. A stands for access, inclusion, and equity, which is the bearing, which is a hallmark of that we have to ensure that every citizen gets equal access, and equity is part of the employment opportunity, resource allocation, and so on and so forth. M stands for moving towards sustainable future. We need to be embedded into our commitment to the sustainable development goals, and we are creating the opportunities and using resources adequately so that we leave something for the future generations. The third R is research, innovation, and creativity. And this is something integral to our own subject today, where we are talking about innovation, creativity, and research. So there's a specific focus on research, and that's where the institutions and academic institutions have a great role to play. And a lot of this knowledge is going to be created and generated by our own institutions, which will contextualize the resource and also contextualize the way we engage with our cities, with the urban development per se. Internationalization. Now, India is emerging to be a 5 trillion economy. It's going to be a big time global player. India has achieved a status, and also by virtue of the success of G20, that India's voices are being heard. We are the most populated nation in the world. And I think that's the statement that our External Affairs Minister says, that a most populated nation of the world has to have a say on international matters. And we would not go by the kind of advice and suggestions that come for what India needs to do. India can take its own position on matters. And therefore, it is important that we engage and we become global players. And that's the capacity and power of the Indian youth. And that is the kind of way forward when we say that India is going to be a superpower, a knowledge superpower. Yes, we have the potential, we have the capacities to probably guide and lead the world in all facets. And needless to say, I mean, the achievement in the corporate world, what Indians have achieved today, and the most important power centers lie with the Indians. So I think there is a great opportunity, great future for our Indian diaspora and Indian people to achieve big. And that's how it could be done. And this has to be embedded into our own systems in the way teaching learning process happens. And then the critical driver is going to be technology. I think our engagement with technology is going to be the biggest driver, though we have been achieving a lot of success in that area. But I think this actually gives us the right kind of a framework for the future development. The Prime Minister's vision is very clear as part of the Viksit Bharat. And I think it needs collective efforts of the policymakers, educators, and also people. I think the people's participation in this process of making India a developed nation would be very, very critical to our success story. So I think in doing so, we need to have a very ethical system of education. We need to foster interdisciplinary learning, and we need to embrace diversity. Now, the critical aspect of the blueprint for India at the rate 100 is basically driven by technology, social engagement, economic inclusion, economic growth, and environmental sensitivity. Now, this is something which will be important, and I think these 4 key areas would be very critical to our consumption. The reference to the budget and the allocation of the budget, creation of centers of excellence is all very critical steps in this direction. I think the allocation has already been increased to about 10 lakh crore in the infrastructure sector. And also it's important that the urban infrastructure development has been done and allocated through UIDF for the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And I think this is a very important area which I might like to share with you, that about more than 70-80% of our cities fall in that segment, which are the small and medium towns. And they are the cities in transition, and they are the cities in flux. And it is where that they need our inputs, they need our support, and they need our investment of time. I think shaping them in a big way becomes very critical. And that's where the relationship of the practice and the three critical players so far in the urban development sector, which is the public sector, private sector, and the educational institutions, have a great role to play. So far, planning has been under the public sector domain, but I think there is a great opportunity for the private sector to pitch in. And that is where the impetus has to be given, that enabling mechanisms have to be created, that the private sector players engage in the large planning exercises, and this has to be done through an interdisciplinary mode. I think the silos of discipline have to go. We have to be looking towards a collaborative world where different expertise come together and we offer and deliver effective outcomes to the development of the city with a fundamental objective to improve the quality of lives of the citizen. And from that point of view, I think the government's policies say so, that they are continuing to give some 50% interest-free loan for the next 50 years. So that interest-free loan for the next 50 years will continue as part of the allocations. Now, we are looking at a great opportunity that we so far have been a reluctant urbanizer. India has been urbanizing at about average about 32%, now about 34%, where the developed world urbanizes at about 70%. The fact remains that even our countries in the SAARC nations are developing and urbanizing at a faster rate than India. Sri Lanka urbanizes at about 45%. So I think the magnitude is huge. And this sluggishness has to be overcome over a period of time. And we need to work towards that. And it is important that we contribute towards this rapid growth of our urban areas, development of our urban centers, and we ensure that there is a very holistic view that we take through this transdisciplinary engagement. So we need to actually look at the optimization of land, because the most important commodity for urban development is land. And I think how well we use land and the way land management is being done is very critical to the whole process of planned urbanization. Something which has been highlighted very, very emphatically in the HLC report, that we are actually targeting towards planned urbanization. So how do we ensure planned urbanization? What are the lessons learned from the failures of our brownfield projects, and how we can improvise the development of the greenfield projects or greenfield areas? So there could be two different levels of complexities which could be dealt with. The learnings from the brownfield could actually guide the development of the brownfield. And however, the complexity of the brownfield have to be dealt on merits of its independent context and the conditions that they exist. So I think the two cannot be segregated. They have to be worked upon tandemly, but independently as well. So I think it's very important that the development happens, and the lessons learned would be very critical for our good. It would require empowerment of the local bodies. And I think it needs a lot of capacity building of the urban local bodies and citizens in planning. I think the participatory model for planning is very, very critical. And this should be a very integral part of our pedagogy as well, as we'll talk about we go along. So as we all know, there are different areas and types of development that will happen. But the underlying phenomenon would be the knowledge sharing, the management of our resources effectively. And it is being actually done through equity and inclusion, and where we address the issues of diversity and the quality of life. Now, the aspects of urban development certainly are embedded in the ideas of economic, social, and spatial inclusion. And I think there was a very interesting framework which was developed in 2018, which is the National Urban Policy Framework, which actually tried to map the functions, the urban functions, to some 10 very, very wonderful sutras. And the diagram shows the mapping of these sutras and the main functional areas of urban development, which are very critical. So I'll just go to those sutras very clearly. So 10 very critical functions are the city planning, urban economy, physical infrastructure, social infrastructure, housing and affordability, transportation and mobility, urban finance, urban governance, urbanization and information system, and environmental sustainability. And parallelly, the sutras which will guide them are cities are clusters of human capital. That's the fundamental. And that's where people first policy becomes very, very critical. Cities require a sense of place. It also requires a sense of belongingness. And I think this is something which is so critical, that citizens have to have a sense of belongingness to their city, to their region, and also to their nation. No static master plans, but evolving ecosystems. I think this is something so critical, that a framework, when the ecosystem should evolve, and it should give you the flexibility. It should not be rigid that it controls. It gives you the flexibility to evolve and develop. Build for density. I think this density distribution and the carrying capacity are two very significant aspects of development. So how much density has to be loaded on that particular parcel of land, and the quantum of land becomes very, very critical to our consumption. Public spaces encourage social interactions. I think a lot of emphasis has to be given to public space design and the way it fosters social integration. Multimodal public transport has to be the backbone, where moving large quantum of people in a smaller system becomes the day, rather than having large passenger carrying capacities on our roads. Environmental sustainability, of course, it's an underlying principle, and I think it's a way of life. Sustainable development is no more a fad, it has to be a way of life, and has to be embedded into everything that we do and engage with. Financially self-reliant, I think this is most important. The report also talks about that every city has to be self-reliant. They have to create opportunities for investment. And let me tell you very clearly, all these large, big schemes cannot thrive until unless there is an underlying business model. Everything that happens, when we talk about public-private partnership models, we talk about many other models where CSR initiatives can be undertaken, or investment of the private sector into urban development for. But everybody who is wanting to put his money looks into a business model. So any proposal that we make has to have a very, very qualified business model with very well-defined returns of investment, and the way these investments will ensure, or it will attract further investment. Let me tell you, a good, robust model, business model, will also attract more investment in this area. And that's where it becomes very critical. Cities require very clear and unified leadership. I think that's the vision. And I think a lot of this happens that where Professor Rao also talked about that a lot of policies driven by the politicians, and maybe the change in governments change the entire developmental pattern. I mean, there's a drastic shift that we see every time. I think those have to be kept above. I mean, the larger interest of the nation, larger interest of the development should be more overriding. Those which are valuable should be valued. And how you can further add value is probably the importance and significance of anybody who's at the leadership role to be able to provide. The last part is the engines have to be engines of growth, not only for the urban areas, but for the region. And that's where a very significant role has to be played by the educational institutions also to provide stewardship towards the regional development. Now, these are all different multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary engagement. And let's look the kind of subjects and the disciplines which actually inform the four very important dimensions of the city, which is the city culture, safe cities, migration, and an inclusive city. But this is the kind of range of integration. And it is where that the academic institutions can find the relationships, the kind of intersection of these disciplines and the lens with which we could see a particular dimension. And that is what is important. And each of us can take our own trajectories in that direction. And that makes it so very useful. Now, what is the paradigm shift now? So far that we have been talking, I'll also drift some bit on through the design. We have been talking about the whole idea of critical thinking, creative thinking, lateral thinking. But I think now what it needs to transform is strategic thinking. What should actually evolve and the way we should engage is to be able to strategize. And that should be part of our pedagogy, that how we learn to strategize. And as I said earlier, that the strategy becomes a very important enabler of achieving the vision and the mission objectives. So therefore, looking at this is very important. So now, earlier we used to design for value, but what is more important now, it is to paradigm shift is to design for value and growth. So growth has become a very significant mantra for our developmental regime, and that's what we need to assess. And from that point of view, I think we need to look at things from an applied research lens, and we also need to look at from the basic research lens. That's where research becomes very, very important, and how research and the scientific way of looking things can translate into effective policy making. I think a lot of policies don't achieve their objectives because it is not backed up by sufficient scientific research. And that's where, again, role of education becomes very important. Role of educational institutions becomes very important. And I think our engagement with the state governments, our engagement with the urban local bodies, with the district administration to develop right kind of urban governance models, citizen services model, and integration of technology becomes paramount. So, as I said earlier, we have all these three things. We have creative thinking, critical thinking, systems thinking, and ultimately what is most critical is strategic thinking. And that is where the significant part of our knowledge and knowledge creation lies in the way we learn to strategize, and how our pedagogy helps us to think in a different way and be able to deliver. So, and of course, nothing to say, we have been talking about design thinking of late very, very intensely, but I think this is so very important for our work. So the significant paradigm shift that we see today is globalization, is of course this most significant thing happening with us and around us. The cultural amalgamation. This is something very important, and as a nation, we have very rich cultural heritage and traditions, and this amalgamation is very, very important. I think our developmental paradigm has to be rooted in with people and through principles of social engineering, and how we engage with people at large, because ultimately all this exercise is done for the human beings, for the welfare of the people. We are a welfare state, and how do we engage with people is so very significant, and all the policies have to be targeted in that direction. So cultural amalgamation is very, very critical, and we need to respect that diversity. It needs to be respected, and it needs to be reinforced. We have shifting demographies, and this is again going to be a big challenge with the kind of current population growth in this country. So I think we need to be working. Digital transformation is important. The new dimension is, of course, everybody. India has the capability of being one of the fastest growing economy, one, and secondly also that the kind of digital transformation has brought everybody's the technology to their palms. When a rickshaw wala can tell you that you can actually send money by Paytm, so you could see the way digital literacy has grown, and then how well we have been able to amalgamate digitalization, particularly in our economy. So digitalization will be very important. The new important evolution is the on-demand workforce. This is again a new emerging scenario. And I think a lot of these developmental patterns have to happen on these emerging scenarios. That how do we actually deal with these scenarios and how scenarios evolve? And that's what makes the entire planning a very dynamic exercise. So other thing is that, of course, the redefinition of workplaces. I think the workplaces do not remain static anymore. With the use of technology, you can work from anywhere. So I think the whole definition of workplace, work-live relationship has transformed drastically. Most important thing for the ones who are in the process of development is upskilling and reskilling. I think every time with the evolution of technology, we need to upskill ourselves. And in many ways, we need to reskill ourselves. The whole idea, when the other disciplines are talking about analytics in a big way, why don't we talk urban analytics? And why it is only left to the domain of statisticians? This has to become an integral part of our discourse. It is to become a part of our urban upskilling, that we reskill ourselves with the technology, we leverage technology to the best of its potential, and be able to use it for the consumption of, again, framing of a policy or a strategy. And that's where new subjects need to evolve. And analytics becomes a very important part, where you use the power of digital tools, the power of the development of software, and maybe there's again an opportunity where we can be writing algorithms which are suitable to our application. And as people who have been trained in this area, we know actual needs and demands for which we should be working on. So I think these are the opportunities for the young generation to look at And probably this is again to contextualize. We could do so much which is contextual to our own country's needs and maybe needs of our regions. And so that becomes important. Urban transformations, yes, we have talked sufficient about it. It is going to stay and it's going to be, this is a century for urbanization. And I think it is very significant for any discourse that happens. New mindsets, yes, changing mindsets are very important. Of an individual, transforming attitudes of the policy maker, transforming attitude of the educator, transforming the attitudes of the people, and transformation of the people who are seeking to learn. I think all becomes very, very significant to our consumption. And of course, we are talking about startups. We're talking about innovations. I think innovation is the mantra for this, where any small contribution which can make a difference in the way we engage or could add value to somebody's engagement is so important, and that's what is important. So a significant area for our consumption is to engage in the area of social innovation. And I think dealing with the people is the most important part, and any area which could improve the livelihoods, it could contribute towards transforming the livelihoods and bringing a better quality of life to our people becomes a very significant part of our consumption. So I'll go very quickly to how this gets amalgamated. I'll be fast with it now, of what are the policies of the National Education Policy 2020 and what is the way forward for architectural and planning education. So, of course, the new urban body is going to come, the higher education body is going to come, which is the Higher Education Regulatory Authority. And what it talks about the curriculum flexibility and the whole credit transfer regime. The entire basis of the National Education Policy is on a credit framework. And it integrates school education to higher education. So every stage of schooling and higher education becomes integral to the achievement of an individual, and the kind of attainments of credits become integral, and they have been stitched right from the lowest level to the highest level. The other part is research innovation is important, holistic multidisciplinary education. We are talking of enhancing the gross enrollment ratio to about 50% by 2035. It's heartening to say that in 2008, after the National Knowledge Commission was being established, we only had a gross enrollment ratio in higher education of about 7%. And today, we are sitting at almost about 27%. And there has been a phenomenal growth. From that point in time, we started with 328 universities, and today we are closer to about 1,500 universities in the country. So there's a phenomenal jump. And also thanks to the 1985 education policy, which talked about the open learning systems. So a lot of students have now enrolling into the open systems. And now there's a new mantra of engaging and getting education or seeking certifications is through the online mode. And I think this is something important. I'll talk about it as to how it becomes part of the blended learning. Then, of course, digitalization in teaching learning, distance learning, of course, we talked about, and of course, financial support to assist students. The policy talks about that you can use your career pathways, which makes you an enabling instrument where your affordability can also help you to take number of credits to your choice. You can put your credits through the academic bank of credits, and you can again renew it. The time riders have been specified, but within which your credits will not be lost. So if you have limitations, you may want to change your trajectory, you want to explore something, you get the flexibility. The system is an enabler. Today, we are talking about a cafeteria approach to learning. That means you can actually shop for knowledge, what you want, and you select what you want to learn. And that's what it means. But at the same time, whatever you are learning, then the time you are investing is giving you due credits in terms of what you are learning. So you get an academic bank of credit, which helps you to actually invest into the right kind of learning and leverage it when you want to leverage it. So I think three things are very important. Technology, faculty, and pedagogy were three critical players which will drive the future of education. And I think the technology, as I said, has to be very clear. It has to be problem solving, innovation, it has to be creative. It has to be driven by incorporating skills and competencies of people. It has to be aligned to the industry 4.0 and education 5.0. And I think these are important areas where there's a global understanding, and that's where higher education is moving. The pathways have to be flexible, modular, and lifelong learning. I think the shift has to happen from recognizing intelligent quotient to emotional quotient of our students. It will also be embedded with social quotient and also embedded with the fact of the technological quotient. Now, these are important drivers which will become the hallmark of the education processes that have to be there. The models of the pedagogy will be critical to using the online platforms like MOOCs or other parallel pathways which are available for online platforms of learning. And we need to shift. I think, not to say when you talk for about an hour and when you don't get a question, then I think that it's pointless to have a physical presence. And if that be the case, then it can be done through blended learning. I mean, you have your own pace to learn. You sit in front of the system, open the lectures, learn, and you take your examination. When there is no dialogue, when there is no monologue, then what is the great idea of having this great physical infrastructure? I think it could have a great implication on reduction of the physical infrastructure also. So I think we need to have, and UGC says very clearly that up to 40% of your courses can be taken up through MOOCs. So yes, that if that be the case, a new paradigm of educational planning can be invested into when we talk about this kind of integration, which also the policy says. And it was very emphatically talked about in the since morning that we have been talking about education, quantity, shortfall of manpower. All these, 60, 65 years, we have only been engaging with quantity. We have never engaged with quality of education. And that's where the gap lies. That what is the quality of education? And for that matter, if one was to ask me that how do you define the quality of planning education? What does quality, quote unquote, means to planning? What does quality means to architecture, education? Can we define it? And for that matter, any discipline define it? Yes, we have a UGC quality mandate on that. And there are different documents which have been produced. Globally, they take it very seriously. All universities take this very, very seriously. They have enabling internal mechanisms, quality assurance mechanisms, both internal mechanisms and external mechanisms, which help us to achieve quality. And they are driven by quality. Quality is being seen as a continuous improvement process. And I think quality in education as a service sector has to be seen from the lens of management principles, scientific management principles, that how quality can be achieved in an education system. And I think this is where the gap really lies. And that's to a certain extent, the new education policy, national education policy does talk about it, but we'll have to develop our own mechanisms, our own taxonomies in that direction, which is important. And for that matter, it's important that we also become vocal for local. I think it is important that we become crusaders for vocal for local. And that's why the regional and contextualization becomes so important. So the critical key principles for learning is a learner-centered approach. That's the fundamental. Action-oriented learning, transformative learning, experiential learning, evidence-based approach. Something which is rooted where you could actually take decisions on the basis of ground realities. When we don't engage with ground realities, we actually have pitfalls. So documentation of ground realities becomes very important. Co-construction of knowledge, which provides system thinking, anticipatory, normative, and strategic collaboration, strategic thinking, self-awareness, and integrated problem-solving approach. So how the academic processes get developed is something that we have not engaged in architecture and planning. The first step is to define a set of graduate attributes. What is that a graduate should know at the end of a 4-year program or a 5-year program or a 2-year program? How do we define and how do we measure these graduate attributes? How do we measure the attainments of the graduate attributes? So this is very integral. And I would be surprised that the 2019 NASSCOM report said that only 17% of graduates, including IITs, IIMs, SPAs, ISERs, and name the institution, are employable in the country. This is the way industry perceives our outcomes. So it's a serious issue that if our 17% of our graduates are employable, then there is something the matter in our pedagogy, in our processes, and the way we are engaging with education. and higher education per se. So therefore, I think definition of graduate attributes are very important. The definition of the program education objectives for every discipline has to be well qualified. The program operational objectives. So how do you operationalize the education objectives and what would be the operative framework to achieve it? Again, has to be well qualified. And this has to be invested upon by the faculties and the people part of the academic administration. Then program learning outcomes, very clearly well qualified program learning outcomes. And under this, there should be course learning outcomes. So it's a both developmental process and it's a pyramid where you have a very well defined mission and vision of a particular program. And then it goes down and ultimately at the bottom, it creates the right kind of course curricula coherency matrix. That what is the interrelationship between various subjects and how do the core subjects, allied subjects, skill development subjects inform each other. This is important. Now, assessment is a very important mechanism of assessing somebody's outcome, though it is not the true test of knowledge. But yes, we have to have both direct and indirect methods of assessment. Now, developing those direct and indirect methods is again a big part of academic process, which we need to invest into. So I think what is important is that we are talking about an outcome-based education, which is very critical to our consumption in architecture and planning. And I think it is fairly defined through student learning outcomes, the kind of specific outcomes and competencies that a student achieves, attainment of hard and soft skills, course outcomes and the program outcomes. And I think this is very critical from this, and this can be done through mapping of all these different program learning outcomes to course learning outcomes and ultimately leading to the course curricula coherency matrix. Now, this is the kind of a framework on which we developed. This is a framework that we developed at the MIT University and under which we launched 3 programs. I'll talk to you about how that interdisciplinary engagement, how the national education policy got embedded in the 3 PG programs and directly connected to urban development, Masters in Urban Planning, Masters in Urban Design, Masters in Landscape Architecture and Environmental Design. So three very correlated programs were being developed and the curricula was being developed. So the fact is, yes, we talk about basically universities or any institutions, vision, mission, definition of graduate attributes. So we had some 15 graduate attributes defined. They were mapped with the minimum standards and NEP 2020. We talked about the nature and the types of program to be offered. We defined the program education objectives, operational objectives, the learning objectives, mapped with the course learning outcomes. And when we started the program, we benchmarked the curricula structure or curricula design to the best universities offering these programs globally. So where do we position the program is very critical. And if you are really wanting to create global graduates, then we have to be at par with the best in the world. So that becomes an inherent part of our pedagogy and our teaching learning process. And ultimately, we have a very well-defined Bloom's taxonomy, which being used globally. So we have a taxonomy which drives the development. And ultimately, we have well-defined assessment scheme with both direct and indirect measures. And of course, translating into course curricula coherency matrix, which again is being vetted by an external agency, which was the NAC, the WSUSC of US, and the Quality Assurance Agency are the accrediting bodies under which the framework of the entire curriculum is being developed, because they are the accrediting bodies for the university. So the key competency and skills for planners, which are important, is interdisciplinary, collaborative problem solving, concept thinking, anticipatory skills, strategic thinking, communication and conflict resolution, ethical thinking, creative visioning, project management, and leadership. I think these are essential skills and competencies that one should look at from a planner when he graduates from any institution. Now, some of these things that we did was, I'm giving you a case example, where we're talking about the guidelines, statutory guidelines for planning program. I think the model framework set up by the AICT for planning education is quite in line with the UGC mandate, where it talks about 160 credits to be earned in 4 years. That means 40 credits a year. And again, they talk about 80 credits to be earned at the master's level. And we also have another, which is an integrated program, which is 4+1. That means B plan plus 1 year integrated M plan. So it is again by virtue of the credit transfer regime that you could earn credits and you could accumulate credits and you could also get the flexibility of some of those credits, which are very important. But the essential part of the curricular design was that the curricula was framed against some very specific tracks. So there were key tracks which were being designed. So the first and the core was the planning studio, and everything happens around the planning studio. So that's the core area. It talked about urban studies and techniques. So this is a broader framework under which the courses were being aligned. Sustainable urban dynamics and systems, urban planning skills, techniques, and management. A very specific emphasis was brought to issues of management in planning, and it was brought well ahead from the third semester level. So management at the level of planning, management at the level of implementation, management at the level of governance and city administration. And the last was the important track of embedding research and documentation right from the first semester to the last semester. That means this is where I was coming from, that how analytics becomes integral to planning and design. And the critical part was benchmarking, research-driven, technology integration. And again, we talked about integration of the electives and value-added courses and progressive value-added courses. So choice-based credit system, as I said earlier, was cafeteria-based, based on interests and preferences, learning at your own pace. Additional courses can be opted, inter-college migration, because when the standardization happens, migration is simpler. You could actually go, I mean, this has happened in Europe through the Bologna process. 46 countries together came and they have standardized their teaching learning process, and you can transfer your credit from any university, from anywhere. So it's actually like shopping for knowledge. You can pick up a course from the best place available, and you earn your credits and transfer your credits to your parent university. So they have an enabling mechanism, and that's what we are heading towards too. Enhancement of skill and improves your job opportunities. So how skill competencies actually enhance your job opportunities is very important, and how you become more employable is very, very critical. So the other thing that we talk about is a progressive WAC. As the complexity of the program increases, you also get curricular progressive value-added courses. They could be disciplinary, they could be multidisciplinary. You have the choice of picking up the value-added courses and progressive value-added courses at your own pace. And that is very important. So all that it does is it is learner-centric, it is responsive to the industry. Say, for example, we created a mechanism by virtue of which you add your value in architecture. We offered a BIM program at the 4th year level and the final year level. It was duly certified by the British Standards Institute. So a certification came. So there was a value addition that, okay, if you do a BIM course with us for a specific number of credits, it was met with the requirement of the BSI, and the BSI gave the certification. The universities and the institutions can become an enabler in giving credibility to certifications. So I think we have to get into the certification regime where we are able to partner with some of these industry partners and global players and give credibility to the certification by virtue of our own stature as academic institutions. And this is where the higher education institutions have to invest into and find those mechanisms and make the canvas of higher education available to a larger cross-section of the society. And these could be very critical for people who are already in the profession. They can continue to add their value by virtue of these certifications, and this also contributes towards capacity building in the system. So we were talking about blended learning, something which is so important these days. So we have virtual classrooms, we have webinars, links, and I think we have learned enough in the pandemic as to how blended learning becomes so critical. It has its own set of advantages and disadvantages, but nevertheless, it allows you in very many ways to learn and be able to charter your own trajectory as we go along. To achieve these objectives of blended learning, we follow a 4-quadrant approach. So the first quadrant is e-tutorials. That's the simplest that you could start. That all tutorials can be given in an e-format, and students would be submitting their work through the e-tutorials. The second is to have a e-content. That means every faculty produces the e-content which is available on their ERP platform. That means student gets access to the tutorials, to the content right in advance at the beginning of the semester. This does not mean that you don't need to come to the class or you don't want, but you can pace it yourself. No, so it's a self-paced. But you know the significance of each thing and how the entire coursework has been structured. The third is the discussion forum. We use and leverage technology to create an online discussion forum. Now, this could be by virtue of typing your questions, responses can be answered. It could be virtual interaction, so on and so forth. But this is very important that we create a virtual discussion forum. And then we create various methods, different forms and methods are available. So it's a complete ALMS system, automated learning management system, which has to be implemented. And this could also take care of the online assessments. So another area which is important to planning education is internationalization. Internationalization does not mean that we are only doing foreign direct investment into education. Internationalization also means that how we collaborate with other institutions in the world. There are different ways by which we could have joint studios, we could have short-term programs, we could have international internships. If you have to have a global outlook, you have to have international internships, which could be allowed. Then another thing which could happen is if you have tie-ups with international universities, you could have an articulation program. And that's where India has, and the institutes of national importance have a great edge. That in an articulation program, a student, a university with which you have an MOU, a student can do 2 years in his university and do the balance 2 years in your university and take the degree from this university. So maybe a student sitting in Nairobi can do 2 semesters there, do two last semesters there and get a degree from IIT Roorkee. That is value addition for him. So this can begin and commence within the SAARC nations to begin with. And let us create those opportunities of higher education and make available to the students, at least in our region, and particularly in the global south. And that's where the great opportunity lies. So we need to look at this from a different policies. We have a very articulated institutional commitment. We have an administrative leadership which talks about curriculum, co-curriculum learning outcomes have to be mapped and have to be equalized so that there is no parity in the learning outcomes. Faculty policies and practices have to be qualified and student mobility and partnerships have to be defined. So these are different ways by which this can happen. You can have summer schools and multiple engagements can happen. Now, this is how digital transformation can actually add tools to our learning processes, and they have to be embedded as part of our analytics. And this could be integrated through various softwares that I'm talking about, which are available, and it could be integral to our consumption. AI and machine learning is again very critical to urban planning. We have urban data analytics, which helps us in planning design support, urban infrastructure management, real-time monitoring, urban monitoring and developmental controls, disaster management, disaster risk reduction, vulnerability analysis, and again, dovetail to all the sustainable development goals. So these are the critical aspects of the role of AI and machine learning, which could be deployed to the urban planning sector. And this should become integral to our pedagogical components. So the kind of industry connect, I would like to briefly touch upon that what are the key areas of industry connect where the practice and the institution comes together. The first is expert sessions and industry talks should be a regular aspect of our engagement. Industry site visit, educational trips, hands-on experience and internships. Internships should be made mandatory in all programs. It could be split, second year level, third year level, and maybe in the masters in between the first and the second year. Continuing education programs for the working professionals, executive programs, weekend programs can be offered, again used through blended mode, partly blended, partly physical, and certifications, as I said earlier. Conference seminars, planning discussions, planning and design dialogue, something that we are doing today, could be a mandate of every state. And where they talk about their own context, their own challenges for contextualization and the issues which could be debated, and larger pool of knowledge can be brought on the platform. Collaborative research project, creation of knowledge products. I think this is something that academic institutions have to do very, very intensely. That it could be state-wise knowledge product creation, which is being used, and also creation of the partnerships for national mission programs. So this was one matrix which we did, where we standardized these 3 programs of masters as a case I'm giving you, where we had a model framework. The credit distribution was being done between all 4 semesters. Percentage loading was being worked out. And we had the course typologies being defined. So there were a total of 18 course typologies. I mean, every university has its own autonomy to define its own course typologies. So we defined our own course typologies, but we mapped and distribution of credits were being done. So we talked about total of 100 credits at the master's program, 80 plus 20, 80 mandatory and 20 were flexible that you could earn through value-added courses or through the progressive VAC courses. So these were the different tracks that I was talking about, which were common, and how they became that became integral to multidisciplinary integration. We actually demonstrated it. The courses were developed in that manner, and the student had the flexibility, and even common lectures were being taken for those specific area for the student that he opts for those particular courses. So against these specific tracks, all this mapping was being undertaken, and the courses were developed accordingly. I think this is something which is successful. I was very glad to see the Kerala design policy. And I think the time is short. This is available on the public domain, but the key important part is that investing in design and to stay competitive, to create new values that brings design closer to people and community. I think the 3 scales, macro, meso, and micro, is very important. And it's the micro with which every aspect of design becomes integral to our human activity. It is an integral part of our everyday life. And that is what an individual is concerned with. So how design plays is a very significant part of our everyday life is so very important, and probably that adds value to design. And probably this is something which is a wonderful initiative. They have some 7, 8 very well-defined areas where they're talking about mobility, people participation, they're talking about heritage conservation, they're talking about art and craft. And that is actually policy talks about. That's truly vocal for local. I mean, all compliments to the people who are part of it. And fortunately, a lot of members of my own institute, from the Institute of Urban Designers India, were critical in shaping this policy. And I think it certainly adds, and it is very inclusive. The idea is that the whole narrative which has been put, it's fairly broad, it is open-ended, it is not rigid, but it gives the flexibility to bring in so much of contextualization into the process. So these are multiple areas, and I think very comprehensively covered, very broad-based, and which will be important. And these are very important. Some of the partners, I mean, aspects of industry, academia connect that we could be looking forward to. And I think the collaboration with foreign universities in teaching learning process is very important. And that's where we makes our graduates global. And that also will help in their employability in a big way. So the future of education is certainly all that we have talked. So I would just like to leave it for about a few seconds for you to think over. And that is something. And again, we also have to qualify the multiple entry exit policy for the planning courses and for architecture. We already given a submission to the Council of Architecture for the multiple entry exit options, which could be deployed. Even reduction in the number of credits in architecture, particularly reduction of the program from 5 year to 4 year, and also try to bring in value for a stakeholder at different levels. Thank you. Thank you for your time and this opportunity. So over to Professor Devdas.
Thank you, Professor Amit Khajila. Actually, it is a very informative and exhaustive lecture, I can say that, pertaining to policy, practice, and pedagogy. Now, I request the audience to make questions if you have. Professor Rao is there, then Professor Amit Khajila is there. So you can ask the questions to one by one. First, you can ask to Professor Rao, and after that, you can ask questions to Professor Amit Khajila.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you, Professor Devdas, Professor Rao, Professor Hajela, for the insightful session. This is Manan Monga. I am a research scholar in this department. Sir, my question is, since the starting of today's session, right from Professor Aja's keynote address to this session, the concept of context specificity of planning domain has been a recurring topic of discussion. So with reference to this, my first question is, sir, how is it really possible to sort of generalize the pedagogical framework for planning schools around the country? And the second question is, sir, what would be your suggestion for planning students such as myself who aspire to become relevant in multiple contexts, if not all? Thanks, sir.
Can I answer that?
Sure, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't get your good name.
Sir, Manan Monga.
Manan Monga. Okay, you are a research scholar.
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. So, as it has been oft repeated, India is a land of diversities, and obviously, the kind of a treatment that is required for a coastal town will be very different than what would be perhaps required for one in the plains or one in the hills. So, everything has to be highly context specific, and that goes without saying. And therefore, when you look at problems, the problems have to be context specific, and you can't have the same kind of a syllabus for all institutions. Maybe certain courses which are very fundamental and very basic, those could be the same across various colleges across the country. But each area being located in a particular place, they can develop their own additional inputs in the areas which are local to their context. For example, if you are close to the coastal areas, then you could have some elective subjects which are related to sea level water rise or whatever that is related to the coastal areas. And similarly in the hill areas, because it is easy for you because you are geographically located at that particular place. So one size fit all is certainly not what I would personally advocate, but then some basic fundamental courses can remain the same throughout the country, and then there could be variations at the local level. That's the way I would react to your question.
Thank you, sir.
The curricular design, the way it should be done, it has to embed flexibility at the first place, right? So as we have been saying right from the beginning that there's no one size fit all. So there are certain enabling essentials that every planner should know. That means that is the fundamental understanding of the subject, or we call it as a core knowledge of the subject that he should have in his ability to discharge his responsibility as a planner. However, and this could be modulated to the tune of almost about 60 to 40. About 60% courses could be the essential courses which enables you to have your hard and soft skills, right? But, and also developing competencies as a planner. But then 40% of those courses, that's what we say, flexibility, choice-based credit system, could be designed towards the contextual requirement. And maybe the critical issues. Context probably as a subject is broad. I mean, physical, cultural, local, traditional, right, environmental, and all these multiple aspects of, I mean, context is, I think, so small. It is very, very vast. So I think you could have an array of subjects which could be offered, and then the student should have the opportunity and flexibility. And then you have the choice to pick up your own trajectory to specialize in a specific domain. Suppose if you are interested in water management, right? So you could do advanced courses, you could do certification courses in that area and specialize in that particular domain which you choose to pursue. Or you want to do something in solid waste management, right? To do something in solid waste management,
and pick up your own trajectory. So that's what education should be. The idea of education is not to be rigid, but to be an enabler. And that's what the national education policy says.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Rao. Thank you.
Any other question?
Hello, sir. My name is Amir. I'm a MURP first year student. As Rao sir has already mentioned, he talked about policy, pedagogy, and practice. So he highlighted the gap between policy and practice, and he also talked about the gap between practice and pedagogy. And as Amit sir also highlighted that only 17% of the percentage of students in India are employable. So my question would be, I would go a step further and ask that what would be your suggestion to the students like us who are pursuing and would be going in the field for practice to reduce this gap between pedagogy and practice?
Yeah, so I think you need to keep your eyes and ears open and travel a lot. There's a lot of self-learning that you need to do, and look at the policy content at various points in time. Look at where these policies have been implemented and how the practice has been done. Has the practice followed the policy or not? And what is it that is being taught to you? Are these three ends of the triangle meeting? It is a situation where you have to learn. When you take up a thesis, for example, I think that's the right opportunity for you to look at all these three together: the pedagogy, the practice, and the policy. And thesis is an opportunity that is given to the student to examine these, and you have to best utilize that opportunity. And also, when you go out in life after you finish your studies, you will be working somewhere, and wherever you are working in that particular context, you have to see for yourself. And of course, there are so many other papers published. There are research reports, there are evaluation studies that are being done regularly. So you can look at those also.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So just to add to what Professor Rao just said, I think the curricula design and relevance of curricula should be a continuous process. I mean, the review of the curricula should be mandated. And in this fast changing times, I think it's very important that we keep pace with this transformation. So I think review of curricula and making it relevant in times is something very important. At the same time, yes, you can explore, you could look at the opportunities, and probably it's not only national, but it's also international opportunities are available now, which you could possibly take and charter your own path for your future progression.
Sure. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, sir. I'm Diksha, and I'm a PhD scholar here. So I have a very it can be a very small query, but I just need to understand, like, while designing a pedagogical structure, do we take into consideration the financial part of it? Like, as a person who will be going into these subjects or courses, the amount of investment that person is going to make into these courses, and he would expect certain financial profits for his own as a student, amount of say salary he will earn out of getting skills from these courses. So do we take into consideration these aspects as well, like the investment the person will make and the outcome he will get out of it, or out of these things as well? So
You see, that's
okay.
what.
So you're looking at education as an investment. So I spend 20 lakhs on doing an urban planning course. What is the rate of return? Yeah. So if I've understood your question correctly, well,
yeah.
I've never thought about it on those lines. But then there are colleges where financial returns. I deal mostly with government grantee institutions. So our fees are not very high, but then there are many private institutions in this country where the fees that are charged are quite high, and they are quite high because they have a reason. They are not funded by the government of India, and they have to pay their teachers, they have to pay for the campus, they have to pay for the maintenance of their buildings, and they have all their expenses. So therefore, they have to charge whatever they are charging. But whether you get the return or not, and in case you don't get the return, then don't take these courses. Well, that's a tricky area. I don't think I have much to comment upon that. Professor Amit, you would like to say something on this?
Yeah, you see, there are new new emerging dynamics where, I mean, if you compare what is happening in India and other parts of the world, some of the finest of universities in US are all private universities or privately endowed universities, and they're one of the top universities. On the contrary, in India today, still the public sector institutions continue to be having that edge in imparting that education. They are very affordable because education is part of the social commitment of the government, and so that's what it is. But it's not so. Many institutions have invested into creating that kind of an opportunity, where if you look at some of the newer approaches and maybe bringing in more transdisciplinary approach, you are adding value. And in many ways, in terms of ROI, yes, there are certain things which could be put in short-term gains and maybe something put in long-term gains. So what is that ROI that you are actually looking at? I mean, knowledge is something that has to be applied, and you never know that when that knowledge acquired by you will be handy. So therefore, it is entirely in your career growth that you utilize your knowledge, and any acquisition for that matter never goes waste. That's number one. Number two, which is significant, is that you learn and earn. That's the common mantra in the West. It is only in this country that the parental support is available for our education. And that's where their students take much longer time to complete their programs, because they earn and they pay for the specific number of courses and credits. And so they take longer. So I think who is looking for the ROI? Is it you or the parent in India? So as a stakeholder, it is the parent who is investing, but he is investing for your good. And ultimately, you have to make the best out of it. So from that point of view, yes. And you have to, again, charter your own trajectory. If you think that you can value add yourself through some specific courses, certifications, yes, please continuously do it. I mean, the traditional culture in the West is that people are recognized for their achievements and the number of certifications they acquire. And the advantage is that they have a self-paced learning model. Whenever you want, you earn a certificate. But then that certificate is valued. It has a credibility, it has a certain quality in its content, that it is respected and valued, and it helps in your career progression. That's what it means.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Aditi Yadav. Sir, I'm Aditi Yadav, and
yeah, please go ahead.
And sir, my question is, when we are talking about the welfare-driven development, there is also another force, like the market forces, which are also disrupting the development of urban systems, and which is also leading to the problems like urban sprawl. So, how at educational level, like how do we prepare ourselves as future planners for such situations? Because this is also a problem that is making the workplace also very exhaustive. So we are also talking about having a welfare-based work balance, work-life balance concept, basically. So how do we tackle the problem of having a very economic-centered development, which does not take into consideration the welfare part?
Your question is quite complicated, but to put it very simply, see, in the present day context, development cannot just be welfare oriented. Projects have to be commercially viable. Somebody has to put in the money. The central government for whatever money that is put in, there has to be a return because projects also need to be maintained. Having said that, answers to all questions are not provided by education. The 2 years that you spend in college are essentially those years where you get to learn the fundamentals, you get an exposure, you get the leads from your teachers. You also are exposed to several practitioners who are there in the field, and 2 years is too short a time for you to get answers to all your questions. As you go along in your life, you will meet situations and you will address them. You will work with seniors, and over a period of time, you will start picking up, and learning is a continuous process. So if you don't have answers to all questions at the end of your second year, then you are on the right path. You will, because even after 30 years or 40 years, for many questions we don't have answers. For many problems we don't have answers. So that is my reaction to your question.
I talked about something where it was that every development has to have a business model. And I think that is something very intrinsic. Even government wants to have, I mean, you're investing something, and anybody for that matter, even if you look at any public-private partnership project, nobody wants to put his money if he doesn't get returns. So I think the business model has to be in place, and that's what the capitalistic societies are all about. While there are welfare states, but there is a model, and ultimately it's the revenue has to be there. I mean, and you have to recover that in some way or the other. Otherwise, it's not a viable proposition to invest. So therefore, while these policies and everything are being made in the larger interest of the community, they are welfare per se, but it has to have a model, a viable model for its investment and reasonable recovery on top of it. Right? So that's the word. First, your work-life balance, that's a different question. Yes, every discipline has its own set of challenges. So I think planners and architects have their own set of challenges, and you may treat it as a professional hazard or whatever it may be, but that's what it takes you to your profession. And the last part, what I would say, that is in higher education, we actually don't tutor you, right? We mentor you. And as part of that mentoring, we help you give a direction to your future career. How much you want to take it forward is up to you. So that hunger has to be in your belly. And within the array of directions that you get, you may choose your own pathway that is more close to your heart. So if you pursue something which is close to your heart, you will excel into it. That's most significant. So that's what it is.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Professor, I'll have to leave. The time is 2:20 and I'm getting late for another meeting.
Right. Sir, can I have one more question, sir? I want to ask.
Professor Uttam and the other organizers from IIT Roorkee, if you can kindly permit me to leave.
Sure, sir. Sir, thank you very much for agreeing to join this meeting. But near future, we would like to have you in the campus for more. You can understand that students have still a few more questions, so we would like to continue in near future also.
Yeah, definitely. As I told you, there's another meeting in the ministry. I have to rush.
All right.
In fact, that was the reason why I could not come here to Roorkee this morning.
Right, sir. Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So my question was, my name is Jinoj, and I'm a faculty from College of Engineering, Trivandrum, Kerala, and I'm right now pursuing my PhD from IIT Roorkee. All the speakers were talking about the contextuality of policy making, and for a state like Kerala, where we have more complexities, like we have the coastline on one side and the hill range on the other side, and in every district, most of the districts, if you travel across like 40 to 50 kilometers, you reach from coastal area to a hill area. So my question is regarding how contextual the policy can be. in a state like Kerala? And do you think it is possible to tackle this complexity in terms of policy alone, or do you need some kind of a integrated model which combines policy and practice and maybe pedagogy also? Think of something completely different, which from what we are actually talking about right now.
I think you hit the nail. An integrated model is the way forward. I think every context has its own set of challenges and opportunities. So I think we need to work with the challenges and I think it has to be informed by research. It has to be informed by the kind of knowledge that we generate from the ground realities, as I said, and how we can provide a solution, right, which ensures that it is holistic. It strikes a perfect balance between the context and then the various dimensions of the context. So it could be topographical or physical, cultural, social, economic, right? And that balance is being achieved. I did mention somewhere in the sutras also they talk about how do you actually distribute density. I think there's a great opportunity of density distribution. And that is where the resources get highly challenged. When the densities go beyond a particular level, and sometimes this is uncontrolled. So therefore, the policy again, now that's where policy comes. That the policy should be very clear that we are not going to give a SOP, even if it's a politically motivated thing. I'll give an example of Delhi. And it went to the High Court. It is still sub judice. It was the one extra floor was given to residential buildings, 2004. And a very, very evolved bureaucrat who was also Minister for Urban Development, Mr. Jagmohan, he put his foot down that, look, you are giving one extra floor. That means you are increasing the FAR. But do you have the urban infrastructure to take load of the added floor and the number of dwelling units that it would add? Do you have the capacities in terms of the sewage system, water supply system, the power supply, right? Parking, most critically parking. And until you have the enabling infrastructure, how can you give a SOP to that level? So again, but you have added on the density. Now, there's another correlation of the number of people and open space standard. So the master plan says it should have minimum 9 square meter per person average open space. So when you are increasing density, that whole equation is getting skewed. So I think this is where a very collaborative approach has to be taken to take some very, very viable, holistic decisions. And we have to be very firm on some of those. And yes, the technology today does support us to ensure that, yes, we could still find a balance between them. And say, for example, I'm giving you another solution, practice-based solution, where we could actually be working on decentralization. So if we look at decentralized model, we are not forcing or adding load to our trunk systems. That means at a neighborhood level, I am decentralizing all my services. And I have technology to harness water. I have the technology to use waste, recycle waste. I also have the technology to offset electrical demand using solar. So if I go with a decentralized model, my trunk systems actually would like good for next 25-30 years. Number one. Number two, I don't need those large trucks to transport and create those sanitary landfill sites. And which again is a big time issue. Yesterday there was a fire at the Ghazipur landfill. So there are certain very, very well-informed planning decisions that we have to take, which are environmentally sensitive, which are socio-culturally sensitive. And the planning should become an instrument to harness the actual human capital. And it has to be, I mean, the human-centric effort in both planning and design should be integral to our engagement. All this exercise is being done, and see, we have about 3% of being land being used for which has been inhabited by 60% of the population by 2050.
Here they made a PhD research question, basically.
Okay.
Friends, now it is already 2:30. We have to now conclude this. We have got in the second technical session, we have got two eminent speakers, Professor Rao and Professor Amit Gajila. Actually, Professor Rao has highlighted very important points about policies first. Policies, policy planning actually, policies. Who needs the policies? Why the policies have to evolve first of all? Plan we are evolving, planning for whom, what and how. These things are not answered so far. In fact, we have since 1952, we have planning, erstwhile planning commission that has been dissolved now. It is now known as what is that? Nidhi Ayog. Planning commission is over. Now Nidhi Ayog has come. Tomorrow some other Ayog has come, may come. This is what our situation. But the policies, we have to have thorough policies for the development of our nation. Then we can hear this. Sarah has discussed about this multidisciplinary approach has to be included in planning process, practice, and also in pedagogy, multidisciplinary aspects. And Professor Rao has discussed about national policy, regional policies, then housing policies, then water resource development policies, framing policies, etc. Number of things. Then pedagogy. Pedagogy, I tell you, that's a very interesting things in our department too. When I joined here almost 30 years back, the planning faculty, they used to say only physical planning is planning. Only physical planning is a planning. That is like a camel, narrow-minded. Other field of planning was totally shielded. Only physical planning. Will it alone serve the purpose? Never. Understand this? Even the SDG, sustainable development, which also argues that social planning, economic planning, and environmental planning, 3 pillars of sustainable development. Then, after that, after 30 years, I can say that I also sailed through almost 30 years in the department. There is we can say, a sea of change in planning pedagogy today. Today, everyone starts to speak about social development, economic development, ecology development, environmental development, physical development, infrastructure development, institutional development, and so on. That means the pedagogy itself is shifted from physical to dynamics. We have to quantify the dynamic functions of the urban system. Unless until we quantify the dynamic functions of the urban system, we cannot evolve a scientific plan for the development of the system. You get a point? So the foremost thing is we have to quantify the dynamic functions of the system. Because rightly Professor Gaurav observed that a city in Kerala state is totally different. The functional character of a city in Kerala state is totally different from either Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh or Haryana or this Rajasthan and so on like that. So we need micro level planning processes. That too, we have to identify the control parameters which decide the functions of the system at the micro level. Then we have to evolve plan accordingly. For that, we need development planning techniques. That is more important. Unfortunately, I am quoting this several times. None of the master plan has used the viable planning techniques during the process of plan preparation in India. None of the master plan. Or else you take any one of the master plan and evolve it. Did they employ any planning technique? Feasible planning techniques? Never. This master plan has collected some data. They extrapolate the data for 20 years. Then based on that, they use the URDPFI guidelines, decide their requirements, then they prepare the plans. That's it. Did they analyze the dynamic process of the particular city? Never at all. Not at all. So those things are very much essential. Unless and until you quantify the dynamic functions of the system, you cannot evolve the proper plans. That is scientific plan for the development of that particular system. Actually, I don't have time to highlight all those things here. Professor Rao and Professor Amit also, both of them actually highlighted the importance of application of techniques in planning, especially systems approaches. Why the system approach is very much essential. I am not only saying that. Professor L.S. Bourne, Professor William J. Forrester, Professor Sterman, John Sterman, these people advocated that they have evaluated all the existing planning techniques which are available across the globe, and they found that system dynamics is the only technique which can quantify the dynamic functions of the system for future. Based on that, we can evolve the plans. Professor Amit also highlighted the importance of techniques and systems approach. Professor Rao also highlighted that. My sincere request, my friends, the students, please learn some important techniques, which is very much essential to prepare the plans. Otherwise, whatever the plan which we prepare, that become the futile exercise in future. That is my submission. Actually, Professor Rao and Professor Amit have highlighted a number of points. It needs more than 2 hours to discuss about those points and summarize it here. Already it is 2:30. I don't want to waste your times. And I thank Professor Uttam Rai to organize this dialogue here. I hope in future our department will organize further more and more dialogues, not only dialogues, the dialogues should be put into practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Devdas sir and Amit sir and Rao sir. Now, I would like to invite all the professors, Professor Devdas sir, Professor Uttam sir, Professor Amit Kumar Rao sir, Amit Kumar Hajela sir, and Professor Gaurav sir, to please come on the dais. And I request Professor Gaurav Raheja sir to present his final remarks. Yes.
I know it is time that I, as a devil, stand between you and the lunch. And Aditi has asked me to further substantiate certain things. But all I can say is, one is I'm actually filled with gratitude to Kila, the government of Kerala, and the team from there, because everything must have a starting point. And I believe that was a starting point which transformed into a line when Professor Uttam took the lead from here. And so I, first of all, on behalf of Department of Architecture and Planning, must express my gratitude to all of us. And these little participation is a success to me. And I would consider this as a successful workshop. So that would be my first point to make. The second is, I think the kind of questions raised speak themselves about the kind of input that has been triggered, ranging from Dr. Lohia to Dr. Patel to Dr. Rao to Dr. Hajela and all the eminent other speakers, Professor Srinivas, Professor Devdas. So I think, I don't know if I can just respond on an extempore basis. Very humbly, I would accept that we are all learners in transition. We have lived an age in the past century where learning was defined by education and it would end by a time of degree. We have transcended into times, and past 20 years, we have been struggling. It's not just you, we all have been struggling how to continue to become relevant every day, because no past syllabi is part of the new practice. And today, when you have AI and ML reshaping things in the future, we don't have a straight one-line answer. And I would say, yes, education must play a role, and we have all extremes. I'm glad that such debates happen. It was not just a dialogue. That Diksha raised a question of ROI. I'm glad that the generation is mindful of a question on how does my education justify the whole of this thing. On the other side, we had a question on welfare of the state. And I invite you to read therefore policy. Friends, because you are the intellectual future of this nation as well as of the world. And the first thing we have to start thinking about is that any struggle that you have to lead to has to start from reading. And unless we read, we will not even have questions. And unless we will not have questions and we will not raise those questions in the right forums, we will also never find ways. So I believe this is the intent of such triggers. It's not always that these forums will give you answers, but even if they give you relevant questions, the question is, how do we justify this investment, right? And I at least believe, not because of the current practices, but in general, education need not be looked as a transaction. Unfortunately, the transition that has happened when Professor Devdas mentions about micro planning parameters, a very important parameter of the context is the culture. Now, do we even know what is the culture of North and South India? And it cannot be quantified directly, but its impacts can be seen directly, right? Ranging from skills to trade, people's migration to an urban city. And I would say, what is the aspirational culture of the youth? Aspirational culture is to be more flamboyant, to be more relevant, to be more flashy. So, which is an antithesis to sustainability. And because of this, I used the word in the morning was intersection. We are not independent. We are intersecting between our aspirations and our demands, which have to be fulfilled. Since our demands are rising materially, unfortunately, we are also seeing its impact on health, well-being. And the digital impact that we clearly see is our sleep cycles, our reduced impact, our concentration levels. And I would say, maybe I don't know if it was discussed or not, one of the simple measures of better urban futures is urban health. How well are we, though we are more aware today about mental well-being, physical well-being, social well-being, the question is, who is that standard benchmark for this, right? And therefore, these concerns should not come from syllabi. These concerns must come from actions that we drive, because in a very simple way, if you look at these three parameters, which as planners we control, one is air, land, and water, right? All three's toxicity has increased to the extent I was told, even in Roorkee, do you know, 2 of our aquifers have dried up. Only the third one remains, from which we are, because we are rising vertically up. This campus had a certain finite capacity to cater. We are going further. And please remember, at least I remember now, growth for the sake of growth is nothing but cancer. It's a sad definition, but since we are sometimes overhauled by this word urban growth, and urban growth, growth is not always positive. When you grow in traffic, when you grow in stress, when you grow in disease, when you grow in demographics, without the right planning, that growth is disaster. So we have to think about these things. What is the right way of growing? How should we grow? What are those examples? And therefore, I feel the role of education is to also create a discourse. We must also appreciate the fact that while digital science has given us beautiful avenues, there's no denial about it, but the control and choice to use digital impacts is in our hands. Because of digital conversation, if as a little administrator I can highlight is, we have stopped talking. We have stopped conversing while we are more well connected in communication age, right? We call ourselves information age, but we don't share information. And because we don't speak up, we don't vent out, we take these challenges even further. So I think look at it in a very holistic way. I have to thank all of you for your very active participation, which I find is usually rare in regular classrooms. So I can only say that such dialogues have become need of the hour. And I would take it as one of the components of blended learning, because this is a webinar where you see technology in play, you see participation across the country, and you're seeing physicality in play, and you're seeing interaction in play. So I think such an interaction is the future that we look at. And for a more liberal future, we also need to become more responsible in that space. And I would say, don't stop questioning. So to end my conversation, all I have one small recommendation to you. Once I was asked after a PhD viva in IIT Bombay, that, sir, which book would you recommend us to? So the same question that Manan asked, how do I recommend one generalized book to everyone? So I came up with an idea. I said, yes, I would answer that. Please read your own notebook, because your notebook is in your hands of creation, what you like to write, what you like to read. So make your own notebook, read your own notes, and become a powerful proliferator of this knowledge. And I wish you all the best for your future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the very insightful words. Now, I request Professor Gaurav Raheja, sir, to present mementos to our guests. Professor Amit Kumar Hajela, sir. And also to Professor B. Devdas, sir. Sir, please. Yes, sir. And I request Professor Uttam Kumar Roy, sir, to please present the memento to Professor Gaurav Raheja, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Uttam Kumar Roy, sir, for his keynote, for his final address.
Since it is almost 3, we don't have time to make a overall summary. So I'll just make 1 or 2 key words. Okay. I think we had a very wonderful dialogue and discussions. So if we try to just mention 1 or 2 keywords from each of the session, from S.K. Lohia's deliberation, the main focus, the epicenter was the form-based code, keeping the people in the center. Okay, all the walkability as intrinsic value of Indian culture, the form-based code, and all these were discussed. From N.K. Patel's discussion, the main center of the discussion was how the planning as a profession can diversify through a multidisciplinary approach with a management aspect added to it. Okay, planning and management, because making plan is not sufficient. Implementing it in the ground is also important. Coming to Professor P.S.N. Rao's deliberation, the center point of the Professor P.S.N. Rao's discussion was the diversify the education through a multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach. And through this discussion, various issues came like cadre and the 5 ways, all those details came, but center was that the academics need to diversify, go beyond the boundary. Coming to Professor Hajela's, sir, your presentation was very informative and useful for the academics, but center of the discussion was that flexibility which is required in the academics in terms of blended learning, in terms of the open learning, in terms of opening ourselves, the institutions and individuals for the future. That was the center of your choice-based credit system. That center was that. Now, if we want to connect all the presentation along with all the moderators' wonderful comment, Professor B. Devdas and Srinivas sir, okay? It was that for the practice, policy and pedagogy, these 3 point in a triangle. Okay, the center, if we try to find out the common denominator, is that to cope up with the future challenge, we have to go beyond our known boundary. Okay, we have to go into uncharted path, and we have to explore into unknown territory. And that's why professors, they told about that continuous learning, self-learning. There is no end to learning. Okay, so that's the main message what we found. Very interesting keywords we found. Maybe in future, those could be, few topics for the future dialogues. For example, context. What do we mean by context? Contextual, how to measure it. Okay, how to differentiate it. Diversity. What is diversity? How to measure it? So various things came. We have taken a note. We'll make a kind of proceedings. I request all of you, maybe any questions you could not ask, or maybe any suggestions you have for the future dialogues, please write to us directly. So in future, we'll take up those subjects. With these few points, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to all the stakeholders for this dialogue. First, all our esteemed guests, starting with Professor Amit Hajila, coming physically to the campus, sharing his very knowledgeable presentation, an interactive session. All the distinguished guests joining online, Professor P.S.N. Rao, Professor N.K. Patel, Professor S.K. Lohia, the moderators of the session, Srinivas sir, Professor Devdas, all of them for sparing time, and all the dignitaries who joined online from various local government agencies, other development authorities. I was seeing the participants list, and also from various institutes. So we are thankful for making the program successful. We are thankful once again to KILA, Kerala Institute of Local Administration, and Government of Kerala for taking up this institute and taking us as a collaborator for this, giving us these opportunities. Personally to Professor Ajit and his team, including Irene and others. We are thankful to our team, starting with Diksha, Bushra, Roderick, Sangeet, Aditi, Simran, Jinoj, okay, and others who actually worked very hard for last 3-4 days to make this event successful. And last but not least, all the students at Research Scholar we have joined offline and online, and all our staffs from the department who made this program successful. Okay, with this word, thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Now, as we come to an end to this session, let me take your leave and we can disperse now.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes,